So good morning, welcome to Cheltenham 2024, and hello to our umpires for this match, Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf. Good morning, gentlemen. Please welcome the Glamorgan side, captained by Sam North East. And to open the batting for Gloucestershire, number 4, Cameron Bancroft, sponsored by Pace. And number 64, Ben Charlesworth, sponsored by BIE Lab.
And it's a very good morning from the 152nd Cheltenham Festival. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb are your commentary team, and you may notice that throughout the day we might be talking a little bit less than usual on the Gloucestershire stream, because sadly, owing to serious technical issues, we are not going out on the BBC Sport website, at least for the foreseeable. So we will do our best to try and add to what pictures there are on the Gloucestershire stream. Thank you very much for your company, and I can tell you the details of the toss. That was won by Glamorgan, who decided that they would field first. So Gloucestershire have been put in. They've made two changes from the side that lost against Yorkshire last time out. Marchand de Lange and Matt Taylor both return to the side, and Dom Goodman and Ed Middleton are the two to drop out of the side. Just slightly awkward because Ed Middleton's just walked directly behind me.
Two changes for Glamorgan as well. They have not walked directly behind me. James Harris injured, Harry Podmore left out, Dan Douthwaite and Jamie McElroy come in. Tim van der Hochten to open the bowling.
Oh, that's a good start. Picking up basically where he left off in that T20 match the other day. What was it, 4 overs, 2 for 8? I think his figures in that.
Indeed, albeit not on the winning side, as Josh Shaw bashed the last ball for 6. Pleasant to see a bit of blue sky emerging. It has been quite dark and dreary, and there are indeed a few spots of rain as I drove up on the motorway this morning through Gloucestershire.
Oh, he's nicked that. He's nicked it.
We could hear it from here. Cameron Bancroft gone early on. Good low catch, and Glamorgan justify their decision to bowl first. Big wicket. Cameron Bancroft gone second ball. Caught Cook, bowled van der Hochten.
2 balls right on line, right on the length. And a little bit of greenness in this Cheltenham surface, which, you know, tend to think that there would be something in it for the bowlers first morning, wherever you are, but Cheltenham, certainly over the years, has had the reputation of being somewhere that bowlers, if they get it right, can enjoy themselves, and likewise with the batters. Last year we had a game which was completely dominated by bat between these two sides. That's very much been the rarity in recent times.
Didn't help that we had a day wiped out last year as well. I think it was a Saturday. It was called off by lunchtime, and so the game just ran out of time in a rather tame draw. It's the first meeting in the Championship between these two sides this season, albeit Gloucestershire did edge home off the last ball in the T20 in Cardiff last week. New bat Ollie Price, averaging 37 this season, 411 runs to his credit. Good carry from van der Hochten. I was a little surprised actually when North East chose to bowl first. The wicket looks a decent one at the start of this festival, and not a vast amount of grass on it. Maybe looked up as well as down to see the cloudy conditions which are meant to last for much of this game. We're getting a token bit of sunshine at the moment. Well, Gloucestershire having trouble laying bat on ball.
Yeah, tricky start. Having been put in, it does seem to be what sides like to do. I mean, go back to Gloucestershire's last, well, 3 of Gloucestershire's last 4 championship matches. They were put in at Scarborough, were Yorkshire, and went on to score over 400. And 2 matches before that, Gloucestershire were put in and scored 700. And then the game before that, they were put in and scored 400 at Northampton. So it seems to be that sides very much do like to bowl first, whether it is the Stokes mentality of we'll win the toss and chase, or whether it is just that they feel that most pitches in this country now tend to start at their quickest and get slower throughout the game. So the feeling is that you can maybe make the most of that by bowling first.
Down into the gully, probably the first time that batter's been laid seriously on ball, apart from the edge from Bancroft, which cost him his wicket. Excellent first over from Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, not to, I guess, do down the rest of the Glamorgan attack, but given Van der Hoogten's history against Gloucestershire in recent times anyway, he did feel like somebody that you were a little bit wary of coming into this, not just because of the T20 match, but bowled superbly, particularly in the first innings of the meeting at the start of last year at Cardiff on that first day.
Jamie McIlroy, just the 3 wickets at 86 so far this season, been in and out of the side.
Ben Charlesworth to face his first delivery. A spot of rebuilding needed. Cameron Bancroft, such an important member of Gloucestershire's top order. He's got a couple of tons this season. Came in back-to-back innings at Northampton and at Grace Road. But even when he hasn't gone big in terms of runs, it's so often seen off that new ball, but not today. And they'll get underway, Gloucestershire, with a single. Fairly muted applause after the wicket falling before a run was scored. Not a huge crowd in yet. It's not a particularly inviting day, it has to be said, to spend the day sitting outside. It's a bit windy, it's a bit gloomy.
That's the first time I've had a sweatshirt on for a month or so.
But at least the forecast is mostly dry, but I think it's going to be one of those days where you get occasional patches of sun maybe, but mostly it's going to be quite gloomy. We're of course square on, which, well, I say of course, I mean if you've been listening to Cheltenham over the years you'll know that we're square on, but it's not really of course if you don't. Does mean that we can see that Ollie Price is batting quite a long way outside his crease. He's starting a good 7 inches outside his crease, and then he's coming down the pitch further.
Something that Marnus Labuschagne has got into trouble for occasionally over the years. Some umpires don't actually like you scratching away at the facilities outside your crease.
Well, I can remember David Warner actually getting warned for running on the pitch by standing so far down that he was actually beyond the 5-foot markers that the bowlers have to, you know, nobody's allowed on that area. I've certainly seen it, at least in, I think maybe it was in the Ashes last year at some point, but I think maybe even in T20 cricket I've seen him do that as well, get warned for being so far down. Takes some bravery. End of over number 2, and Gloucestershire 1 for 1. Packed festival programme with the 4-dayer starting today, and then just the 1 day before the T20 section of the festival gets underway. The game against Kent on July the 5th, starting at 2:30. We've got 2 Rachel Hayhoe-Flint games for the Western Storm here on the 7th and on the 10th, and then 2 T20s on the 11th and the 14th for Gloucestershire, taking on Middlesex and Glamorgan, who'll make the return visit in a couple of weeks. And it finishes, does the festival, with an England under-19 test match starting on the 16th against India under-19s.
Extensive business then. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Charlesworth playing to cover Carlson, the fielder. Western Storm in action. The regional women's team down at Hove today. They are batting first against Southern Vipers, and Western Storm 30 for 1 in the 9th over. Sophia Smale is the player out for 10. 10:30 start there. Applause from Sam Northeast at slip. Likes what he hears and sees. Labuschagne is first slip, Northeast second, and Gorvin third. Cautious start from the Shire, as you might expect. Van der Hoogten, Glamorgan's main strike bowler. James Harris, the leading seam bowling wicket taker, is out with a quad injury, and he suffered in the last match against Northants, having taken his wickets tally to 23 for the season. Van der Hoogten missed the first half dozen games with a calf injury, but he has started well. 10 wickets at 19.8 before today, so the dismissal of Bancroft was his 20th. So Glamorgan, having decided to bowl, well, the tradition is that you need to take at least 3 wickets to justify a decision by lunchtime, and Glamorgan have certainly got a prime one with Cameron Bancroft back in the pavilion. Second maiden then from Van der Hoogten. 1 for 0 off 2 overs. And level with Harris at the top of the Glamorgan wicket-taking stakes is the leg spinner Mason Crane, who was a little bit expensive in the last match, but has certainly got what he wanted. More regular first-team cricket, having joined on loan from Hampshire. Crane has 23 wickets at an average of 39.
It was almost something resembling the middle of the bat, that last ball. The second coming of McGrath at the chapel end so far with Van der Hoogten. Nicely worked by Ollie Price, wide of mid-on, and he'll come through for a single.
Off the mark from his 9th delivery then. 2 for 1. The scoreboard working. Umpire Paul Baldwin trotting towards us at square leg as Charlesworth defends. So we are operating from the balcony of the gym building. So square leg, looking at the back of umpire Baldwin and batter Charlesworth. So you'll forgive us if commentary on LBWs is limited. Again, the ball beating the bat. Really good start from the Glamorgan seamers. Really well judged single from Charlesworth and steered gently towards Van der Hoogten. Plenty of room in the main temporary stand opposite us, if you fancy coming down today. That's the firmest shot of the morning so far from Ollie Price. Off in pursuit is Dan Douthwaite, and he does not risk hurling himself at the ball. Just short of the boundary. There's not a huge amount of room between the boundary rope and the advertising hoardings there, and Douthwaite deciding on the first morning of a game discretion is the better part of valour, and didn't risk the dive that he might have done in a T20 game. First boundary of the morning, 7 for 1 Gloucestershire, 4 overs gone. Welcome along if you've been unable to find us on the BBC audio service. A few technical issues with that. Van der Hoogten starts a new over. Billy Root, the fielder. Good morning to Matt Strong, who's watching on YouTube in a very wet Dortmund ahead of watching England v Slovakia and Gelsenkirchen later this evening. Hope we have better weather here, he says. Well, it's not great. Turned away through mid-wicket. McIlroy with the chase. Well timed though from Charlesworth, the ball running away to the boundary.
Even with a bit of early morning moisture, it is down the hill towards that side of the ground, so the ball should run away. I don't imagine that the grass is exactly going to be dying off because of the sunshine that we're going to have over the next few days, so it may not be the quickest Cheltenham outfield that you'll see, but it's still going to be pretty quick.
Bat and pad, very close together. The defence from Charlesworth. Glamorgan have added a fourth slip to the cordon. Billy Rooters moved round to fourth slip. Byram is at point. Carlson trying to cover both cover and mid-off in the betwixt and between position. Charlesworth looking solid, as befits a man averaging nearly 54 this season. 485 runs to his credit. If you're just joining us, Cameron Bancroft went second ball, caught Cook bowled Van der Hoogten without scoring. Looks as though it's still doing something for Van der Hoogten in these early stages. Just the one scoring shot off him so far. Decent carry, it seems, for Van der Hoogten in these early stages. 11 for 1 after 5. Temperature's only meant to be around 18 degrees for the duration of the match, 18-19. Just a little bit of blue sky visible at the moment. All very cool. As Glamorgan look to make further inroads, and Gloucestershire look to limit the damage on this first morning.
Hoping for a single. Charlesworth is eager at the non-strikers end, but there isn't one there. So this partnership, which did the business for Gloucestershire in the local derby game against Somerset, the two heroes of the cider derby, Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth. Extraordinary partnership it was as well. Ollie Price with a T20 knock that we hadn't really seen from him before. Strike rate of about 270. He hit 4 sixes in 7 balls, having hit 2 sixes in his T20 career before that, and had 7 professional sixes in total across all of List A, first class and T20 matches that he played before then. And just went berserk. Launched into Jack Leach and then Ben Green, and from what looked like a pretty hopeless position, Gloucestershire had it pretty much wrapped up in the space of about 2 overs. 2 overs went for, I think, something like 45. In a sort of famous last words moment, I'd said, well, there's no way Gloucestershire are going to catch up with Duckworth Lewis, because it was raining as well. There's no way they're catching up with Duckworth Lewis until such time as maybe they win it in the last over. Yeah, that's aged well.
Andy Gorvin will be one of the first choice change bowlers, rather, encouraging McIlroy.
Possibly was a single there, actually, between point and mid-off, but Price with an immediate scream of no.
Glamorgan going into this match with just the one overseas player in the form of Marnus Labuschagne, with Some lack of clarity as to Colin Ingram's omission.
And this time they will take the single. It was played a bit more firmly actually, which almost made it a tougher single than off the previous ball, but I think Price and Charlesworth might have had a bit of a chat after that and gone, yeah, okay, if that happens again we're going to go for it. 6 overs bowled and Gloucestershire 12 for 1, hoping that they have now steadied things somewhat after losing Cameron Bancroft to just the second ball of the match.
Yeah, not too many shots in anger so far. 1 boundary to each batter. So it seems as though Glamorgan are going to keep Colin Ingram for T20. He played in the first 6 matches of the championship and is averaging 94. 6 that Van der Hoogten also missed.
I mean, he could be averaging 3 figures though.
So they had a selection dilemma for a couple of weeks between Ingram, Labuschagne and Mir Hamza, the Pakistan paceman. But Hamza has finished his 2-month stint. Which leaves a lot of work on the shoulders of this man Van der Hoogten. And you would hope that Glamorgan have the signing of an overseas fast bowler in their sights for when the championship resumes second half of August. Still quite a bit of playing and missing going on.
That really went through nicely to Chris Cook. Well, I say nicely, I mean, you do tend to say nicely, but having never kept wicket in my life, it's not something that would particularly interest me, having the ball fizzing towards my face at that pace.
Not at the speed that Van der Hoogten's bowling now. But we don't tend to get that in Division 11 of the South East Wales League, where I occasionally keep wicket. Haven't done so far this season. But I think it's consistency that Chris Cook is looking for in terms of bounce. I mean, he'd rather it was fizzing through consistently, because there have been a couple of games in Cardiff where the bounce was, well, certainly last game the bounce was a little bit inconsistent. A few kept low, and when you're trying to get your head out of the way and trying to block the ball on the second bounce, it's not ideal for the professionals or for anyone else.
Certainly good for the T20 match there, though. I mean, it was coming through very nicely for both sides. There's some real pace in that pitch, and I think I've heard indirectly a couple of people who'd seen far more cricket at Cardiff than me saying it was one of the quickest pitches they'd seen in that T20 match.
The pitches towards the centre of the square, which are generally used for T20, are a little bit pacier on average.
Looked very close from side on.
A little gesture with the right hand from Paul Baldwin eventually there. Whether that indicates that the ball may have been missing leg stump. It's a shame that, we were talking about this in the last match, that's a shame that umpires don't have a little pad with a range of reasons why it was not given out, which they could press and flash up a message on the scoreboard. There we are. You're welcome to that one, UCB.
Not out, because I didn't give it out. Another maiden over from Van der Hoogten. And Charlesworth dropping, running. This could be tight. No, they're going to make it despite the appeal. We've got a wonderful view here. That we certainly can see right down the line that Ollie Price had made that.
It's a good throw from Carlson. Just trimmed the top of the bails off. Thought initially it had missed, but
yeah,
bails went flying. It was well backed up. No buzzers.
Yeah, smart cricket all round, really. But it might just make Price think again a little bit, running towards that end. Carlson in at short mid-wicket for Ollie Price. They know that he is quite strong through that area. If the ball is just drifting onto the pads, that tends to be where it goes. So, possibility of one that's just a bit aerial through that region. Streamers flying off towards the main drinks marquee, a sort of Bedouin style they've been described as marquees back again this year, including one which we're staring out at consistently, this bright, I mean sort of shocking yellow marquee in the distance over towards the food outlets.
Well, I suppose that's to match the yellow and the T20 kit, is it? It's that
Yes,
sort of
yellow,
vibe.
yellow and black, yeah. There's a black one next to it. That is vibrant. Didn't bring my sunglasses today. Don't really think I'd be needing them given the forecast. There you go, should always come prepared. Always a fantastic occasion, the first day of the festival. Reacquaint yourself with some people that you don't see throughout the rest of the year. Some people who'll convene just for Cheltenham from far and wide. Well, knocked down at short mid-wicket, and Carlson is thinking, God, if I could only have picked that up super clean, might have managed to get some sort of a backhand throw off at the stump. So you'd have taken an incredible piece of fielding to do that. He did very well just to get a hand on it, because he's probably saved at least a run. But at the moment, Gloucestershire are pretty much living off these scraps, just singles inside the ring, as it were. Real shots of authority have been few and far between. A yelp, but nothing more. 8 overs gone, 14 for 1.
Down at Hove, Western Storm 59 for 2 in the 15th over. Players out, Sophia Smale for 10, Emma Corney for 20. Sophie Luff has been just been joined by Fran Wilson.
So that is Western Storm's last opportunity to beat the Southern Vipers.
Yeah.
Full stop. In both, I guess, regional and KSL eras. Big rivalry in the Kia Super League days, but they've not beaten them at all in the regional setup.
Half an appeal, it was all a little bit belated there. Van der Hoogten didn't seem particularly interested. Those behind the wicket were. As Price pushed down the wrong line. A couple of early wickets for England women against New Zealand in Worcester. New Zealand 14 for 2 after 7 overs. Kate Cross and Lauren Filer both getting wickets in the power play there.
It's a sellout, I believe.
All right.
New Road today.
Thickish inside edge from Price. Really is getting a long way down the wicket, batting outside the crease and striding forward. Only the second scoring shot off Van der Hoogten in this is 5th over.
Can't wait to get him out of the attack. Gloucestershire, somehow, even if you don't score runs, just see him off. There are some cracking venues for this round of championship fixtures. Queen's Park, Chesterfield for Derbyshire against Yorkshire. I think Lancashire's first day against Nottinghamshire at Southport, I believe, is a sellout as well.
Yep.
A lot of people watching cricket around the country today.
A lot of effort made by supporters groups to promote it. Well done to them. Well saved by Eddie Byram at short mid-wicket. County cricket matters, as they say. As for the women's game, well, yet another upheaval.
Yes, and county cricket will suddenly matter again in the women's game, having been ditched and then reinstated.
Well, it's going to be tricky for Glamorgan to come into the competition in its third year.
Yes.
Best of luck to everyone trying to sort that out. 8 sides next year in Tier 1. Yorkshire will be added in 26 following protests from the Northerners, who were very miffed. And Glamorgan the following year in Tier 1.
Yes, I think slight shambles is the term that I would use for how it's all gone down. It just seems as though it's been rather made up as it's gone along. I mean, you can say, yes, the quality of the bids were so impressive, etc., but I mean, you'd have liked to have hoped, you'd have thought they would be, really, given that every county apart from 2 expressed an interest in hosting one of those Tier 1 teams. So I don't know how it kind of been too surprising, and to have a competition which is basically going to have to change its structure for 3 consecutive years as teams are added. From a cricketing point of view, it doesn't seem to work. And of course, from a Gloucestershire point of view, it means that they will have no professional women's cricket. You sort of wonder a little bit about how much cricket there will be at next year's festival compared with this year's, with 2 days of Western Storm cricket, 4 days worth of the under-19 test, which at least means that the festival is more like the sort of fortnight plus that it has tended to be. And I gather that it's very likely only to be the one championship match at the festival next year as well. So you sort of wonder, maybe in Tier 2 Gloucestershire's women would play here, but then that's scheduled at the moment to be sort of semi-professional at best, and the actual structure of that is not known at all and won't be known until September. They're currently figuring that out.
Yeah, it's been something of a shambles, hasn't it, as you say, since the Kia Super League was just getting going, get a bit of purchase in the public consciousness. The regional teams starting to become known, and then the hundreds plonked into the middle of it, and then you go back to counties a few years later.
This time Price beats that fielder at short mid-wicket. Chase is on, which will be successful, and good running from Price and from Charlesworth getting back for a third.
Yeah, don't pick up a whole lot of threes here, I would imagine.
No, especially not down the hill. I guess it does require the outfield being that little bit slower, so that that ball, which it wasn't perfectly timed by Price, but when you get the really brown outfields for a scorching Cheltenham as we had about 3 years ago, even that might have gone for 4. Oh, Charlesworth was reaching for that a fraction, didn't mean that to go as square as it did. It was in the air for a bit, well short of Mason Crane at backward point. But yeah, who knows? It's something which is very much up in the air. I gather the idea is to have a lot of double headers in the Tier 1 setup, because apart from anything else, actually hosting the matches, it makes that easier. A firm push from Charlesworth to end over number 10. Not exactly racing along here, Gloucestershire, but they haven't lost a wicket since the opening over, 18 for 1. But, you know, in terms of actually some of these counties who I mean, if you think about some of the test counties, I know nobody's going to be shedding any tears for them, but more cricket for them to schedule on their main grounds, even some of the quote-unquote smaller counties. I mean, a Chelmsford or a Taunton, it's not going to be easy for them to host all of those matches on that ground.
Getting a long way forward, isn't he, Price, still?
Yeah. And then the question is, where do they then play the extra matches? And who knows? Could have Somerset playing at the Cheltenham Festival. That would be something.
Find out how partisan the local audience is.
Inside edge onto pad.
Or possibly not pad, from the way that Price has reacted there.
Oh, that's not nice.
Just on top of the pad, not too central, as it were, but still painful. Glamorgan's backup seamers will be Andy Gorvin, medium pacer, who's done well this season, 13 wickets at just under 20, including a maiden fifer. This is 4th match. And Dan Douthwaite, who played just the first 3 matches, took 3 wickets. And up goes the finger. Ollie Price has gone. Van der Hoogten has his second breakthrough. Celebrations for Glamorgan. Price looked as though he was getting used to the pace of the wicket, but a really fiery opening spell from Van der Hoogten. And a second catch for Chris Cook.
Yeah, he's just got him playing away from his body there, Ollie Price. Not a huge amount, and because of probably the angle in and then the movement away, he's just felt for one that as he's walking off, he's probably thinking, I probably could have left that actually, but that's what Van der Hoogten will get you doing. And Gloucestershire had almost got through that period as well, nearly through Van der Hoogten's opening burst. He might have had 7, but it wouldn't have, you would have thought, been too much more than that. More extraordinary figures for him, 5.3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5, and could still get better. Miles Hammond walking to the middle. Scored his first ton in a couple of years in Gloucestershire's win at Northampton earlier in the season. Has been pretty consistent, which certainly in the early parts of, I say early parts, I mean first sort of 2/3 of each of the last couple of seasons, that's been come to expect really from Miles Hammond, and he does have many happy memories of this ground. It's where he scored his first 100 back in 2018, and he was just a young'un, and also his career best score came on this ground, 169 against Hampshire 2 years ago.
Looked a bit high, that, off the thigh pad of Miles Hammond.
And of course, it's his place of birth as well. And really an Oxfordshire product in terms of where he came through, but was born in Cheltenham. I assume in the hospital just across the road, but I'm not certain about that. I've never asked him.
Firm push to mid-on. Too firm to risk the single to McIlroy.
Yeah, I think there have been many stories over the years of people making the journey from ground to hospital, or hospital to ground just across the road. I was only reading the other day, actually, sort of 100 years ago, 1924, people were joking about there being so many injuries for Gloucestershire that they may as well all just stay in the hospital.
Another wicket maiden for Van der Hoogten, just the 2 scoring shots off him so far in the space of 6 overs. Will Glamorgan try and get a 7th out of him, I wonder? McIlroy is going to bowl a 6th, not for 13 next to his name on the board.
Certainly looked as though the discussion was had with Van der Hoogten about, would you like another, or possibly the other way round, can you give us another? He's marching off towards fine leg. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. Not particularly obvious yet in terms of putting on a sweater or anything like that as to whether he'll continue, but McIlroy starting his 6th over. Full ball driven, a half stop by Carlson at mid-off, kicks away at thin air and frustration, but he's saved another couple of runs. Charlesworth up the other end, so 2 left-handers in for the first time. The right hand, left hand being broken up. James Bracey, another lefty, due in next, and then after that it's all right-handers. Van Buren, Webster, Actor, DeLange, Matt Taylor and Singh Dale. So Marchand, DeLange and Matt Taylor, if you weren't with us up front, the 2 Gloucestershire changes. In for Messrs Goodman and Middleton. So Glamorgan have gone with the leg spinner of Mason Crane, and Gloucestershire, if they are to go for spin, it will have to be Graham Van Buren and Ollie Price. Hammond squeezing this one away for his first run. Still on the face of it, good bowling conditions this morning. I think Glamorgan will be, even if they don't take another one before lunch, at least because of what they've done, first of all by controlling the scoring rate, but also by creating what they have with that new ball. I think we'll feel that they made the right call at the toss. And for Gloucestershire, already a key partnership as they look to rebound off what was their first real of both innings batting performance, which wasn't what they were after by any means at Scarborough last week. Forced off the back foot, that's a really pleasant shot from Charlesworth. Running away down the hill, Carlson in pursuit, and he won't get there. Strong shot from Charlesworth. He didn't try and hit it too hard, just rocked onto the back foot, let it come to him, and ran it away through the covers. Charlesworth into double figures. But before that, Gloucestershire had that collapse in the loss against Sussex earlier on in the season, which, even though they did collapse at the top of the order, they fought back at the bottom of the order. But really at Scarborough, Charlesworth drives in the air, but well in front of point, and it's back-to-back boundaries to end over number 12. So a bit of defiance from Ben Charlesworth. McIlroy might feel a little aggrieved that the ball was hit in the air, but there's quite a gap there for Charlesworth to hit. 28 for 2.
So it is going to be a 7th over from Tim van der Hoogten. 2 for 5. Fabulous spell so far. Has beaten the bat pretty regularly as well. But can Glamorgan back him up? Douthwaite and Gorvin, the likely change seam bowlers. Glamorgan persisting with the 3 slips. So Glamorgan struggling really to put together a consistent 4-man seam attack this season, after the loss of Michael Neser to Hampshire. Shot from Miles Hammond, timed beautifully. That one really raced away, and Kieran Carlson not even bothering to give it serious pursuit. 32 for 2. Just the second boundary off van der Hoogten.
Yeah, third scoring shot in 38 balls sent down by van der Hoogten. There wasn't really a huge amount wrong with that either. Hammond just came down to meet it.
Good intent there as well. McIlroy behind it at mid-on.
That one was probably closer to a half volley than the one that he put away. Just a bit straighter. The way I would describe conditions at the moment are bracing.
Here's a few short-sleeved wearers out there, both batters and both opening bowlers. And Gorvin at slip. Most of the players with long-sleeved. Thought about it. Carlson did enough to deter them.
It's definitely getting even gloomier now, and one of the things about this ground is it's not a great seeing ground. You've got the trees on the far side towards the Sanford Road. You've got quite a lot of stonework with the 2 college chapels at the end that van der Hoogten is bowling from. You've got the large pavilion that we're sitting on the balcony of.
Hammond timing the ball nicely in that over. Picked off the 1 boundary. Van der Hoogten's figures ruined. 2 for 9 in 7 overs.
Economy of over 1 run and over. Andy Gorvin was doing some loosening up there. Still almost wouldn't put it past van der Hoogten to have an 8th over, but it possibly might be better to save him for later on.
Well, he is Glamorgan's main strike man, and Dan Douthwaite will have to step up to the plate now.
Just a few, say this hesitantly, few fine drops of rain.
Whoop-de-doo.
All we need just to make conditions even better for viewing. People have got their summer hats on. Lots of Panamas out as I look out over the crowd. Sadly, it's not to protect them from the sun at the moment, but possibly more the drizzle. Change of bowling. And a no ball to start Dan Douthwaite's spell, and more runs as it eludes Chris Cook down the leg side. And so that will go down as 4. With a couple of byes and a couple of no balls. I always think the keepers can't have been consulted when they changed that back. And in the past it was all counted as no balls, and now it's gone back to, I think, being byes plus no balls. It definitely wasn't the keeper who came up with that change. A little over pitch this time, Charlesworth unable to take advantage. Speaking of anniversaries a while back, I do quite like this one. It's the 150th anniversary of W.G. Grace on this ground scoring 35 with a broomstick. Change of field as Gorvin is sent towards a very backward point. It's not really a gully, and they've got a deep point out as well. But yeah, I think as had actually happened in the first game that was played here back in 1872, Gloucestershire had beaten Surrey so quickly that there wasn't a third day, so something was hastily organised for the spectators to be entertained for the final day. And seemingly 150 years ago that involved WG batting with a broomstick. I mean, I know middles weren't what they are now back in those days, but you'd still have to imagine that was a pretty impressive feat. Although you don't know exactly how many times he might have been out before reaching that
He
total.
wouldn't have admitted it, would he? Like Geoffrey Boycott and his grandmother and a stick of rhubarb.
Yes. Well, that would be a exciting sort of day 4 at Scarborough. Should have had that. I gather he was there, was Geoffrey, doing a talk before the start of the game.
I thought you meant in 1870 odd then.
Oh no, I would dream of
he's not that
suggesting
old.
such a thing. Oh dear.
Don't think the ice cream van's going to get great trade today.
No, I was quite looking forward to my first cider lolly of the festival, but I think it might have to wait. What of warm beverages, the order of the day. One of those outlets down towards the chapel, I suspect will be doing rather better than the ice cream van, although people might seek warmth in a different form of beverage. Oh, he's got something on that, and he's gone, caught down the leg side. Charlesworth goes, and Gloucestershire fall further into trouble. That's exactly not what you need. Having lost a couple of early wickets, a strangle down the leg side. It was audible from here that there was some sort of a noise. And Cook diving away, taking a decent catch. Douthwaite knew it immediately. Charlesworth, I don't know whether it was just frustration to how he'd got out, or whether he felt that it was off pad rather than bat, but he didn't look at the umpire after it had clipped off whatever it had clipped and put his bat back in his crease, I think hoping to turn around and see that the umpire wasn't going to have his finger up, but he did.
It sounded fairly woody from our
It
distance.
did, yes.
And Douthwaite's been lucky really there, because that was the extra ball that he had with the no ball.
Coffee Roasters, the Gloucestershire wicketkeeper number 25, James Bracey.
James Bracey, sponsored by a coffee company. Perhaps they could send a few up here.
Well,
Hot
there's
beverages,
a couple of outlets, I think, of Chris Dent's coffee company on the ground today, I gather.
Number 11, Andy Gorby.
Not sure whether Dent will be making them himself today, but I think he was at Bristol the other day.
Well, I suppose since we're not on the BBC outlet, we can give him a plug.
Yes. Support your former captain in his testimonial year by buying one of his coffees.
Support your Chile commentators by sending them some coffees. So Andy Gorvin, making a bit of an impact this season. First ball, there will be a single down to fine leg, or will it be a leg by? It's a leg by.
I did feel for him in that T20 at Cardiff, what seems like about 3 years ago, but I think it was only a matter of just over a week or something. But didn't concede a boundary right up until the last ball that was hit for the 6 by Josh Shaw.
I don't think... Well, there were one or two comments about the delivery, but the 3 drop chances in the last 3 overs was more relevant. Gorvin wide outside off stump. Signalled wide by umpire Baldwin. No mercy.
I think that means we've basically got a full house of extras. Unless you're counting penalty runs, but they're a bit different. Leg by and a wide, the last 2.
Yep. Full house in the first 15th over. Gorvin getting that one on target. James Bracey averaging 50. Some decent averages around at the top of the Gloucestershire order, aren't they? Top 6, top 7.
Exactly. I mean, as I was saying, it was almost it was why Scarborough was such a sort of a clunk from what had come before, going 2 innings with only Zaman Akhtar making a 50, and now 38 for 3 in this one. So Gloucestershire will need somebody to come up with the goods. They've still got batting to come with Van Buren due in next and Bo Webster, and they do bat pretty deep with Zaman Akhtar, as I say, scoring a 70 career best, which was very much coming. He'd been not out twice in the 40s before that.
Gorvin eluding the edge of Bracey's bat there.
But Marchand de Lange due in either at 8 or 9, and after Zaman Akhtar's efforts last week, wouldn't surprise me if Akhtar came in ahead of him, but de Lange due in at 9, Matt Taylor possibly at 10, or who knows, maybe even Matt Taylor might come in ahead of Marchand de Lange. I think he had done a couple of matches previously. Bracey off the mark, but still you want your top order to do the business, and if Gloucestershire are going to feel comfortable about things, they'll need Hammond and Bracey to be there at lunch, only an hour in and 3 wickets down.
Bit of a variable first over from Andy Gorvin, still finding his line.
40 for 3.
I'm glad someone's counting.
I think those regular visitors of the Cheltenham Festival will know that there we go, it's come back to life. The scoreboard can be a little bit temperamental with trying to get Wi-Fi over to that side of the ground from this side with no particularly obvious way of doing so.
Wind's blowing in the wrong direction.
Wrong sort of leaves, etc. Hammond trying to send that one through the covers, but only getting it back to the bowler. No, it is a marvellous vista, even on a day when things aren't exactly being set off by glorious sunshine as they can be. It's got a bit of a sense of foreboding about it, but perhaps that's just because the home side are 40 for 3.
A little bit of a head of steam from Dan Douthwaite.
Stepping into that drive nicely, Hammond, but finds probably the one man who could have stopped it, the bowler. I mean, it's probably just what you need, isn't it? Early on in your spell, quite in rhythm, been standing around in the field, not really doing very much for the best part of, what, 13 overs. It's not as though there were very many balls to be chasing for Douthwaite. You get yourself going and quite online first over, but you just get a real bonus like that wicket of Charlesworth strangled down the leg side. And all of a sudden, you're feeling good about yourself and right on target for the second over. All 3 wickets to fall so far, caught behind. Bancroft out to the second ball this morning. Getting a feather through to Chris Cook off Van der Hugten without scoring. And then Ollie Price just playing slightly away from his body. Repeating the dose, caught Cook bowled Van der Hugten for 11. And then Charlesworth in rather different fashion, caught down the leg side for 16. And they're looking for another one there, but not this time. 40 for 3 after Douthwaite's second over, which was a maiden.
No wonder there's a spring in the step of keeper Chris Cook as he bounces down to the other end at the end of the over. 3 catches already in those bright yellow gloves, matching the canvas of the hospitality tent opposite us. Going through low from Gorvin.
I was going to say not quite so much bounce, but then you think Gorvin is not a tall man at all, and he will just provide a different trajectory from the other bowlers, so it might just have to be something that you have to get used to it, coming through at that sort of skiddy angle.
Yeah, skiddy's the word for Gorvin. As it's defended to mid-wicket. It's quite a slight figure. Coming late into the professional game. But but making a decent shot of it this season. Beautifully played away by Bracey. Just a little bit of width offered by Gorvin. And he finds the boundary, and he'll be feeling a little more confident after that one.
Yeah, strong scoring area for James Bracey. Behind square on the offside. That time did adjust to the slightly lower bounce.
Batting to come, skipper Van Buren, Webster, De Lange, Taylor, Actor and Singdale. Reminder that both sides making 2 changes. Middleton, Goodman dropping out for Gloucestershire. De Lange and Matt Taylor coming in. Glamorgan, no Podmore. Harris is injured. And hence the return of Dan Douthwaite and Jamie McElroy. Both T20 regulars. Oh, he's played on. Bracey goes, Gorvin joins in the wicket-taking fun, and Gloucestershire are 44 for 4.
Well, Gloucestershire's disastrous morning continues. They're finding all sorts of ways to get out. And this one, I think it's one of those which has just almost dropped off the bottom of the thigh pad, and it's one of those that I think occasionally you see it, if it hits the bottom of the thigh pad, it just goes back towards the stumps. I think it's a ball that wouldn't have hit the stumps otherwise. It was swinging down the leg side, and it's just clipped that very bottom part of the thigh pad where it can so often do that with these large thigh pads now. They go down onto the stumps, and 2 wickets falling to balls which were missing leg stump. Gloucestershire have compounded the issue that Van der Hoogten provided early on, which was testing line and length, very much deserving of the 2 wickets that he got, and then you get a couple of real bonuses like that. And I don't think Gloucestershire have batted awfully this morning, but at the same time they're in a position where you look at the scoreboard and you think that they have.
Yes, 2 got out, 2 contriving to get themselves out in some ways.
Van Buren the new man, but not on strike. The ball a long way down the leg side. Struggle to find a way to get out to that one. But yeah, I'm certainly not absolving Hammond and Charlesworth, excuse me, and Bracey of blame entirely. I mean, it still find a way to get out. I'm sure you're still walking back and thinking, yeah, I should have either hit that or left it. But it's got to be one of the more unlucky ways to get out when it does hit that thigh pad, and you're just expecting it to go down fine for leg byes. It's the worst possible outcome. Hammond clipping this one away firmly and well stopped. Up at mid-on by Gorvin. As the temperature drops another couple of degrees, seemingly.
Well, yes. Any portable heaters?
pad. They'll come through for a leg bye, as there's only mid-on, saving the single on the onside. And it will bring Gloucestershire's captain Van Buren to the middle. And rather sort of typifying what I was saying really about how Gloucestershire's batting lineup just seemed to be brimming with confidence up until that Scarborough game. Van Buren likewise coming off back-to-back hundreds into that match at Scarborough, including that 187 against Derbyshire at Bristol, where batting with James Bracey he set a 5th wicket record for Gloucestershire. All time, all opponents. Full ball there from Douthwaite, which Van Buren tries to drive away, but I'm surprised Glamorgan didn't have an appeal for that, because I think Van Buren hit the ground. Normally in this sort of instance at 45 for 4 you're even going up for that. Yeah, been a really solid season for Graham Van Buren, past 50 on 3 other occasions in addition to that 187 and 103 back-to-back. But he hasn't been coming in many situations like this. He's tended to be able to do the job that you'd like him to do really at number 6 and really just add on to what's come before.
Yes, he really will have to try and find a partner to rebuild.
I had to think about it there, but lets it go, and it's 2 maidens out of 3 overs for Douthwaite. 45 for 4 after 18. Gloucestershire having been put into bat, so at the very least they're not this score having won the toss themselves and decided to bat, but it has been a morning which has gone from bad to worse for Gloucestershire.
Gorvin with renewed spring in his step. Hammond meeting that first ball pretty firmly.
It's been a while since Gloucestershire have won at Cheltenham in terms of championship cricket as well. You have to go back to the 2021 season. Draw against Glamorgan last year and a loss. 2 defeats in 2022 and a defeat in the second game in 2021.
Eddie Byram preventing Miles Hammond from scampering through there.
That 2021 win coming against Middlesex when Gloucestershire took 6 wickets in the final session to beat Middlesex, including Matt Taylor's 4 wickets in 10 balls on his birthday.
Again, the playing and missing on a reasonably regular basis goes on. Firm shot down the ground. Van der Hoogten in pursuit. Hammond will pick up at least a couple here. And it was nearly 3. They had a think. Decided against it. Van der Hoogten's got a strong arm. Got the ball heading back in the right direction.
Roughly.
Well,
yeah.
That seems to be all that matters, doesn't it? That the ball is on its way.
Yeah, exactly. You get the throw off.
Very rarely do you see someone deciding that throw's a bit off and risking it. A shout of catch it, but it wouldn't even have carried to the umpire. I think Mr. Ashraf at square leg. 48 for 4 eventually goes on the board. We did have some really freezing weather round at the start of the season. Glamorgan's first home match and their trip to Northampton both particularly unpleasant, but I thought we'd seen the last of chilly days and sweatshirts. Not so, it seems.
Yeah, it was perishing down at Hove. It was still nice to be able to walk along the seafront after a day's play. You know, it's one of the great
Bracing
things to do. One of those, the walk to and from the ground at Hove, especially if you're staying in Brighton. Full ball worked wide and mid-on. Gorvin's going to have a shy here. That was not far off. Hammond had to be quick. He just have made his ground, but I'm going to say he ran on the shot, but certainly had to get his skates on to make that one. Yeah, I'm not sure. Certainly through the first couple of days, I don't think that temperatures really made it much into double figures, if at all. About 11 degrees, I think, was probably the high. Maybe made it up to about 12 or 13 during the match, but it was freezing. This is certainly the coldest that I've been covering cricket here, which admittedly isn't as long as many will have been watching, but yeah, it's cold. Last time Graham van Buren batted on this ground in Championship cricket, as he missed the 2 Championship matches last year. Made an unbeaten 127 against Northamptonshire to set that game up. Gloucestershire were at a point in that season. Of course, this festival's a little bit earlier than we'd normally have the Cheltenham Festival, because the T20 World Cup has meant that the Championship cricket that's being played is a bit earlier in the calendar, so Cheltenham has to move as well, otherwise there would be no Championship cricket at Cheltenham. But yeah, in that game Gloucestershire were at a point where they basically had to set something up, and it ended in a thrilling final session, a 2-wicket win for Northamptonshire, but gave themselves every chance. And then the last time he batted on this ground at all, in 50 over cricket last year, he was also making a century against Northamptonshire. His first List A 100 for Gloucestershire. Oh, he's gone after that. Surely not another one. It is. Incredible. A short ball. Van Buren tries to swivel on it and smash it away. And he's caught behind as well. Absolute disaster for Gloucestershire. They've lost their skipper without scoring. And another delivery which, as it was being sent down, you thought, that's there for the hitting, and Van Buren has got a ball down the leg side, which he's just helped into the gloves of the keeper. I can't remember seeing 3 catches down the leg side in such quick succession.
Chris Cook's a busy boy. 4 out of 5 wickets to fall so far. And tall figure of the Tasmanian-born Bo Webster. 4th match for Gloucestershire. High score of 76. But Gloucestershire are finding a few odd ways to get out, that's for sure.
To start looking up keeping records for Chris Cook in terms of the most keeping dismissals in an innings for Glamorgan. 4 out of 5 so far. And the mighty figure of Bo Webster out in the middle. One ball to face in this Douthwaite's over. Oh, that is some shot to start your innings off. Sweet timing. And it does bring up Gloucestershire's 50, but understandably not the grandest of receptions for it, being 5 wickets down, 20 overs bowled. Already Gloucestershire staring down the barrel. And in a situation in the table, really, I mean, in some ways, both these sides, if you're looking at this match as one where they've got to start making up some ground, because there is now a bit of daylight opening up between the two at the top, Sussex and Middlesex. Middlesex 25 points clear of third place Yorkshire, but then there are only 7 points between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire, who are second from bottom.
Yes, 5 out of the 8 counties in the 90s. Outside off stump. Hammond has nothing to do with it. So, certainly this a round of games that will give teams a chance to put their noses in front and go into the final block of 5 games with realistic hopes. Seven is the answer to a number of wicket-keeping dismissals. Colin Metson against Derbyshire at Chesterfield in 1991, all caught, and Avian Jones against Cambridge University back in 1970. One of those 7 was a stumping. Chase on, hauled up just inside the ropes by Root. Keeps them down to a couple. And in terms of dismissals in a match, I've seen several of these. Chris Cook, 9 dismissals in a match, 2 stumpings included, at Worcester in 2020. Mark Wallace, 9 catches in a match on 2 occasions in 2016. Well stopped there by Carlson. And Colin Metson did it twice as well in the 90s. So Cook has 4 out of the first 5. Record 7 in an innings, 9 in a match.
I noticed that Mr. Metson 6 times in his career, 6+ dismissals in an innings, and 4 of those came in the space of 2 years, 1990 and 1991.
Glamorgan signed him from Middlesex. Very, very good keeper, but not really going on to further honours because his batting rather let him down a bit. Think about 2, decide rightly otherwise. $55.56 for 5. It's going to take me 4 days to get used to the scoreboard.
There have been quite a lot of wickets around the country so far. Gloucestershire not the only side who find themselves 5 down. Derbyshire are 45 for 5 at Chesterfield against Yorkshire.
Oh dear.
And Warwickshire and Durham both 4 down in the first division. Warwickshire 4 down for 52 against Somerset, and Durham 70 for 4 against Worcestershire at home. down the leg side, and for once it doesn't bring a wicket. It's going to bring 4 byes. The more usual outcome to bowling, that sort of line. And I mean, Chris Cook at the best of times, you don't want that as a keeper, but especially when the bowling is from the College lawn end, because Cook is having to dive on the College square.
Good point.
College square being used by Cheltenham College, and then there's the county square. There are 5 pitches I see cut this year. Hammond flicks that away, and this time they decide not to take the single to Andy Gorvin at wide mid-on. And actually that time he had to go into the dive, so they probably would have made it more easily than the time they attempted it earlier on. But yeah, it's not too many places where you'll be diving on a less forgiving surface than Cook is there. Full delivery is jammed down the ground by Hammond, but Telly sort of wants to get on with it, but he knows that he's been put in this situation where wickets have fallen through one means or another, and he just doesn't want to play a shot where he worsens the situation. Interesting that Glamorgan are already going down to just the 1 slip. Whether that tells you anything about what they feel about the pace of the surface, but hasn't necessarily felt like it's a really slow surface, but perhaps just trying to squeeze Hammond in terms of the run scoring and try and put the pressure on in that way.
That one went through with plenty of bounce. Taken by Cook. Head high. Shout to yes, Danny!
It is a field for short pitch bowling, really, isn't it? When you've got the deep third, fine leg, deep square. Only the 1 slip, so it's a curious strategy at 60 for 5, but then
Leg slip
at the moment,
going in?
it's, yeah, well,
It's northeast off too.
certainly leg gully at
Leg
least.
gully.
Which means root has to come just in front of square at deep square. The ball bowled full. 60 for 5 at the end of 22 overs. I mean, they know that Hammond is somebody that does like to take on the short ball. It's just not too many sides that would look at 60 for 5 and think, let's bang it in, but at the same time, so far it's not exactly conceding runs, so giving it a go.
Gorvin 1 for 13. Firmly met by Webster. How long's Webster with Gloucestershire this season?
He's here until the conclusion of the last group stages, I believe. I don't know whether there's any chance of... It's one of the things about having the quarterfinals and then finals day right at the other end of the season. Even the quarterfinals are in September this year. No idea whether he'd be able to fly back for those if Gloucestershire should qualify.
Nicely timed. Very firm push. Carlson off in hot pursuit.
Oh, right into the middle of the pitch.
Bisects the wicket with that throw. There we are. As I said earlier, proves my point. Heading somewhere in the right direction is enough to deter them.
Get it up in the air. No, Webster will figure to be a vital part of Gloucestershire's T20 run in. But
I imagine whoever reaches the latter stages will be struggling, given the nature of overseas contracts these days.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you even think about, for example, Somerset with Riley Meredith. I mean, he's going to be thinking about starting the Australian season off by September.
Another set of 4 byes. To catch it.
We're almost expecting it to be edged after the morning that we've had.
66 for 5. Died a little bit uncooked, that one. Not quite timed by Webster. Firm push to mid-off.
Change of volley at the College North End. Dan Dover expelled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7.
Ah, it's Marnus the seamer.
Oh.
Placing at number 33, Marnus Labuschagne.
He was warming up this morning with his express medium paces. I was surprised actually that I don't think in that T20 match at Cardiff, I don't think we saw him in bowl. He took that absolutely incredible one-handed catch down at long on.
We've been talking about that ever since in Cardiff.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that is one of the best catches I've seen live. I think it might be number 2 behind Joe Cracknell at Merchant Taylor's School the previous year. It was basically identical to Labuschagne's, except the ball was kind of curving away from him at mid-wicket instead of being straight down the ground at long on. I think he probably had to make up a bit more ground. Hammond finds a gap between... Oh dear! They've almost made an absolute Horlicks of that, the 2 fielders down there. He found the gap between deep square and long leg, and then one deflected it away from the other, and then Byram tried to push the ball back in and ended up sending it close to the boundary, and they just about avoided disaster. And in fact, you wouldn't have known it had happened. Hammond this time more in front of square.
Well, it's a good job you could see what was going on, because I was struggling to peer around the corner of this building.
Oh, Webster's beaten. Labuschagne with the hand raised, thinking he might have had his man. And I think that's also been created by the field set Glamorgan have got, because, yes, they've got a deep point, but the gap is more through cover, and Webster's somebody who tends to like to play very straight when he's driving. And that time just waiting for it a bit longer, steering it into the gap. But if he's going to go harder at the ball, it tends to go more through wide mid-off, even when he's playing what looks like a sort of extra cover drive. And Glamorgan have clearly done their homework. Somebody like a Labuschagne, I'm sure, would know exactly what Webster's tendencies would be. And so for that first one, possibly Webster just being forced to go for a slightly different shot and drawing the play in the miss. How long is Labuschagne with Glamorgan for?
End of the blast.
Right. Hammered again, well down the pitch. And Gloucestershire 70 for 5 as the sky just gets a little brighter, but the outlook for Gloucestershire doesn't particularly. Wickets falling steadily this morning, with 18 being the largest partnership. That happened twice, and their problems may be about to worsen as Van der Huchten, who has certainly been the pick of Glamorgan's bowlers. I mean, you look at the figures and say that Douthwaite 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7, but it's not that he's bowled terribly, Douthwaite, but Van der Huchten's 2 wickets were of a very different quality from the wickets that Douthwaite
They're all caught
took.
behind what you're talking about.
They all look the same in the book, that is for sure.
Yeah, 2 little nicks induced by Van der Huchten, who sees Webster up on his toes, which is a long way up, and playing that one beautifully timed through the covers for 4. Webster races into double figures. 11 off 10. 74 for 5. So Douthwaite's 2 catches both down the leg side for his wickets. And some more. Well, this is quite the entrance from Webster.
Yeah, he hits the ball fearsomely hard. I mean, that was... Well, I can be pretty sure that Mason Crane at backward point is still feeling that, especially given the fact that it's a cold day. He got quite a lot of hand on that, and it still raced to the boundary. And it wasn't one of those where it was just a little fingertip or something. It looked like he got quite a lot of, at least the finger, if not more than that, on it. Still couldn't stop it.
Beware the inside edge.
Yeah, you just wonder. I mean, you've seen Bracey not timing the clip up, hitting the thigh pad, going onto the stumps. Van Buren not getting the pace of the short delivery, whether it is just a bit too paced, the pitch. Nicely worked by Webster. He's got a very odd way of running, has Webster. He likes to sort of put the bat in front of him, and he almost kind of leans back into it. It does certainly look as though he's felt that the best form of combating this Glamorgan attack is by playing some shots.
Inside path of the bat from Hammond, but safe enough as he moves back ahead of Webster. It caught him up on 16 briefly. Webster had faced 13 balls and Hammond 44. Kieran Carlson feeling the force of Bo Webster. Getting up rather gingerly.
I think I'd probably volunteer to field at something like, I don't know, square leg, or even actually backward point might be safer. You're in the firing line at extra cover, that is for sure. Extra cover and maybe more towards mid-off.
10 off the Van der Hoogten over, which was more than he conceded in his first 7.
Yeah, should have kept him on for another couple, clearly, in that first spell. Labuschagne to continue. Oh, it doesn't carry through to Chris Cook. I wonder whether we'll see Cook come up to the stumps for Labuschagne, or whether that Labuschagne would take that as an insult to the speed that he's bowling.
Well, he hasn't started bowling bounces yet.
Yes. Yes, I can't remember when that was. Was it during the Ashes he did that? Came on for about 2 overs before a lunch break or something and just ran in and bowled bouncers. Weren't expecting that.
Well, he's chucked the odd bouncer into his spells of leg spin.
Of course.
I've seen him bowling seam previously this season. It was something that he has claimed a couple of wickets for Glamorgan with seam bowling. More normally a leg spinner. One day bowled 20 odd overs of off spin, catching his teammates by surprise as much as anything. But the addition of seam was a conscious decision. He developed this, I think, in Australian club cricket one British winter to see how it went and offer himself another string to the bow.
Every time it goes down the leg side. Catch it. In expectation, not just hope as usual, but certainly in these conditions, bowling at that sort of pace that he does, and I'm sure getting the seam in a nice position. Indeed, it is another string to the bow. That has been a decent over from Labuschagne there, just the one down the leg side, but it's a maiden. Gloucestershire inching their way towards lunch, with these two having now put on the biggest partnership so far, just worth 29. $31 in fact. Looking at the wrong scoreboard.
A slight revival. Webster did take a couple of boundaries off Van der Hoogten's last over, but it's not looking easy.
I suppose the fear is that it does get a bit easier for batting as the day goes on, and then you're in a position where you're having to bowl in the better batting conditions if you're Gloucestershire later on.
Well, Webster looks relatively comfortable in defence and looks to have relatively attacking intent as well. Just with us, the batters out for Gloucestershire. Bancroft without scoring, Ollie Price for 11, Charlesworth 16, Bracey 5 and Van Buren without scoring. Hammond jamming bat and pad together. Kieran Carlson got very excited at short mid-wicket, just in case it had been pad first. Umpire Baldwin saying, "What are you talking about?" Carlson explaining his excitement. Eventually pulling out that shot on that one, Miles Hammond.
Barring something remarkable, I suppose the Day 1 festival crowd might at least be treated to a bit of Marchand de Lange with the bat today. Always an exciting thing.
Wide of second slip. Hammond picking up an involuntary boundary almost. 85 for 5. Hammond the first player to reach 20.
A thick edge from Hammond. I'm not sure it would have carried to a gully fielder.
Bit short and wide of Sam Northeast, certainly. Given. Hammond half forward. Third for Van der Hoogten. And the mini revival comes to an end, 85 for 6.
Well, Gloucestershire aren't even going to be able to take a Hammond-Webster recovery with them to lunch. Another one falls. And Van der Hoogten continues to cause all sorts of problems. He was quite a long way down the pitch there, was Hammond. It certainly seemed to strike him a little higher up than some, but Paul Baldwin was pretty quick to give the decision in Glamorgan's favour, and it means that Zaman Akhtar, who was Gloucestershire's best batter in terms of individual score last week at Scarborough, making a 70 in the second innings, finds himself at the middle with still at least a couple of overs left until lunch. A disaster morning for Gloucestershire. Van der Hoogten has bowled superbly, and then they found ways to get out to Messrs Douthwaite and Gorvin. Labuschagne to continue. You sort of wonder whether Webster, having seen that innings from Akhtar, certainly ought not to be thinking of it's time just to completely tee off, but I guess the sort of tempo that he was batting with Miles Hammond with would be handy. I mean, if you've still got to score now, and they'll work this one through mid-wicket, running the first one hard, but I don't think they'll manage a second. It's not the easiest to get twos down the hill towards the Sanford Road. gulls certainly know where the food outlets are. Mind turning to lunch?
Yes, have they been flocking in from all over the west of England for the occasion?
And I would know just when the festival is, yeah. Doesn't look as though we've got a baby gull this year. A couple of years back, I think the gull was named Harry. Came very close to being hit in one of the T20s.
Aww.
It wasn't a great place to stand deep mid-wicket. Probably fairly safe in a championship match, but for T20s, not the cleverest. Of course, the return of T20 cricket to Cheltenham for the first time in 3 years. We'll be hoping it starts rather better than the championship portion has with Gloucestershire. Labuschagne getting through his overs pretty quickly, so we certainly should be able to manage 2 more before the break.
Yeah, actually, although Glamorgan have bowled all seam, if they do manage 30 in a morning session in which 6 wickets have fallen, I know it's a fairly short distance out to the middle, but they might even be +1 on the over rate. Webster's not going to die wondering, is he?
No, I mean, again, maybe that's just another indication of a slight variation in this surface, with Webster certainly not the first one to really look as though he wanted to lay back onto the back foot and have the ball skid underneath his bat.
No doubt about that one. Celebrations from Van der Hoogten as Webster's brief resistance is at an end. 7 down before lunch. Van der Hoogten has 4 of them.
It's been another majestic performance from Van der Hoogten against Gloucestershire. A ball which maybe just faded in. I mean, it looked, at least from the replay that I've been able to see, squinting at it, it just looked like a pretty straight delivery, really.
Played all round it, hasn't he? Yeah. Trying to force through mid-off. Gap between bat and pad. Leg stick leaning back. 86 for 7. What a session for Glamorgan.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for anything more. Thinking with Hammond and Webster together, the last 2 recognised batters. If they can just make it through to lunch, you know, it could be a long afternoon if they could get their eyes in. But to get rid of both of them and just leave Gloucestershire with their bowlers, well, they're going to have to bowl very well, Gloucestershire, that is for sure, if they're going to find a way back into this match. And saying that with 3 minutes to go until lunch. Matt Taylor it is at number 9, so indeed coming in ahead of De Lange.
Off the mark, first ball. Carlson in pursuit. Couple of runs.
Suspect if, certainly saying if rather than when, Gloucestershire get to 3 figures, there might be a certain amount of sarcasm greeting that somehow, unless it happens. I suppose it's going to happen after lunch, isn't it? So people might be more interested in what they're eating. Be the only saving grace.
Need a bit of De Lange Humpty somewhere. High score of 90 for Glamorgan. Ed'll steer me through to lunch as I attempt to make contact with BBC Wales.
So, well, Nick goes off to get his bit of string and a leftover tin of chopped tomatoes. 7 balls to go. I say 7 balls to go. If Gloucestershire are 9 down, then we'll have the extra half hour, which is possible. The extra half hour at lunch on day 1. Labuschagne then to see us through to lunch. Actually, I guess if a wicket falls now, it'll be lunch anyway, so forget what I said before. Would have needed to have happened in the last over. And it's number 8. Zaman Akhtar gets an edge. And he goes as well. And at 1 o'clock, that will be that for a disastrous morning for Gloucestershire. When they were put in, we certainly thought it might be a tricky first session under cloud cover, but if they could get through that, then every possibility that things might get a bit easier later on, and we have tended to see quite large scores when sides have won the toss and put the opposition in recently in terms of Gloucestershire games anyway, but not this time. It's a 5th dismissal for Chris Cook, it's a wicket for Marnus Labuschagne, and Gloucestershire 88 for 8 at lunch. Van der Guchten has bowled superbly, 4 for 26 from his 10 overs, and that has been compounded by Gloucestershire 2 strangles down the leg side, caught behind, and another which went off James Bracey's thigh pad and went back on towards the stumps as he was bowled for 5. And, well, I suspect it will go back quite a long way for the last time that 8 wickets fell in a morning session at Cheltenham. We'll be back after we've warmed ourselves up and got some lunch, and we'll describe whatever the afternoon session has in store. Should say also, by the way, if you have been trying to reach us on the BBC Sport website, then many apologies, but technical issues at the moment prevent us from being able to connect onto there. Hopefully we will get those resolved at some point, but being a Sunday, it's not going to be the easiest to get that solved today, so sincere apologies for that. Unfortunately, there is nothing that I can do, but hopefully at least you can enjoy the coverage on the stream, although if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, there's not been much to enjoy. 88 for lunch. Myself, Ed Seaborn, and Nick Webb will be back with you for the resumption of play in 40 minutes.
resuming for Gloucestershire. Number 36, Matt Taylor. And with him sponsored by another level, number 90, Marchand Gallagher.
Well, welcome to the afternoon session on the opening day of the Cheltenham Festival, and for Gloucestershire I don't think it would be particularly possible for it to go worse than the morning did. 88 for 8 is the score as we resume play. Zaman Akhtar having been bowled to what, been caught behind I should say, to what turned out to be the last ball before lunch. Labuschagne with 3 balls left in this over, carried over from the morning session. And a session which saw wickets fall in a wide variety of ways and at consistent intervals. Marchand de Lange is ready to face, and regardless of what's come before, this could be entertaining. Or he could decide not to play a shot to his first ball. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb with you on the Gloucestershire live stream. Once again, sadly not on the BBC Sport website for now. We hope that that will be fixed at some point in due course, but as I said before the break, really, it seems rather unlikely that it's going to be today, sadly. And that has been thumped. And thumped for 6, over long off. Just about carries the rope. He didn't really get all of it, de Lange, which is why it only just carried, but that's basically all that's left for Gloucestershire. A bit of festival entertainment provided by Marchand de Lange.
Yes, Glamorgan will know all about his batting. Spectacular innings of 90, almost won a game for them that seemed dead and buried at Leicester.
I had a sighter, then he thumped one and didn't like the look of that one. Bowl me another one, except he's going to have to wait. So 94 for 8 at the end of now the 30th over, an over which lasted 40 minutes, but Labuschagne, be interested to see whether he continues now or whether they decide to go back to perhaps McIlroy from that end. No surprise whatsoever that it will be Van der Guchten from the Chapel end, however.
4 for 26 in his 10 overs so far. Things could be worse for Gloucestershire viewers who could be a Derbyshire supporter. They are 49 for 8 against Yorkshire at Chesterfield. 4 wickets for Fernando, 3 for Thompson there. Almost push and run from Matt Taylor. Well, he ran. De Lange was very firmly not interested.
I suspect there probably was a run there, but De Lange, perhaps understandably, not particularly interested in quick singles. Not really what he's in the side for.
Has that one carried? They're not hugely sure.
Wow.
The umpires are coming together, and if the fielders are not hugely sure, then probably not out.
Yes, well, I remember in this fixture last year, Tom Price caught what he thought was a brilliant one-handed catch in the gully, which the umpires then proceeded to tell him he hadn't caught. So if slip fielder was about to be told that he had actually caught that, having not really claimed it, that would have been quite something.
I think Labuschagne would have been far louder had he been sure.
It'd be quite interesting to see in terms of these two at the crease at the moment, De Lange and Matt Taylor, just how they're, I guess, managed through this next little period. If you had a look at a replay.
North East was diving across Labuschagne, so it was very difficult. We sort of lost track of the ball. No ball. First one from Van der Hochten. Gloucestershire will take them any which way they can.
Creeping up towards 100.
96 for 8.
But no, I mean, in terms of the fact that Gloucestershire have obviously brought these two back in because they feel that they need to make a move in the championship table, as we've been saying. Sussex and Middlesex are starting to put a bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the pack.
All about winning games when you'd think we'd have a positive result one way or another, with 8 wickets falling on the first morning.
Yes, and not a huge amount of rain forecast throughout the 4 days. But Gloucestershire also really want and potentially need DeLange and Taylor to be ready for the run-in the T20 as well, and such key parts of Gloucestershire's side. And Matt Taylor in particular, who I think is still the leading wicket taker in the whole competition, and DeLange, who provides that balance to the side, as well as the extra pace element that just sets off the likes of Taylor and Payne, Webster through those middle overs. But there's a lot of cricket coming up. Exactly how much these two play and when, it'll be interesting to see.
Taylor not beating backward point there. 96 for 8. DeLange back on strike to Labuschagne.
And he has persuaded the powers that be that it is to be him to continue. Because, I mean, not only do Gloucestershire have these 3 T20s coming up at Cheltenham, but they've also got visits to Taunton and to near Southampton. So in terms of cricket, bold of a bumper as Labuschagne.
That's coming back at you in the in when Labuschagne gets to Bath, that's for sure.
I'm sure Labuschagne would welcome it. At least that's what he'd tell you. No, but I mean, at one stage, well, Gloucestershire have got a day off in between the 2 T20s after this one, flicked aerially by DeLange, but a long way short of mid-wicket, and Gloucestershire inch closer to 3 figures. But they do have 3 T20s in 4 between the 11th and the 14th. So it may well be that the easiest thing to say is that certain people just stay here with the 2 games at Cheltenham on the 11th and the 14th, and Gloucestershire just sort of say, well, we'll go down to Southampton, which is somewhere where they've had no success at all in T20 cricket. They've never beaten Hampshire at the Bowl in T20 cricket, and just go, well, if you win that one without your top level side, just focus on the home games. But it will potentially be quite a lot of pressure that Gloucestershire are under if they go into that having lost this one. There's still a lot of cricket to be played in it, of course, but if the championship goes, and it wouldn't entirely go with a loss here, but you'd feel the way that things are shaping up already in terms of some of the other results. I mean, you mentioned that Yorkshire score. If even Yorkshire were to get a big win, then they're starting to distance themselves as well, even if somehow Middlesex and Sussex were both to lose. So pressure would be on. Driven in the air, wide of mid-on. They won't be able to turn this back. Oh, they will. DeLange fancies the second run, and it was a well taken one in the end.
Eventually stopped by the third man backing it up, Eddie Byram. Always pays to anticipate these things. 99 for 8 then.
Was a goal sitting on top of the scoreboard a moment ago, which was would have made quite a good photo, but I don't know if the snapper away to our right noticed that one.
The man from Getty. Maybe Gloucestershire supporters don't want to see any shots of the scoreboard. 99 for 8. We did have a 2-day championship match here not too long ago between these two sides. And DeLange picks up another 4. Thick edge down to third man. The applause for the 100 coming up in this 33rd over.
Resisting the temptation for irony. I suppose really given the fact that it is 9 and 10 out there, it would be a bit cruel to blame it on them, but
thought there might be a few
yes,
rather more sarcastic
exactly.
jeers, but they're obviously, being a Sunday, they're obviously in a generous mood, the home supporters. Quick one to cover and a good strike, but they're safely home.
Done well with hitting the stumps. I mean, twice in a session in 10 minutes is pretty good going.
Billy Root there.
And go entire T20 matches without seeing the stumps hit once.
It's these nice wooden ones. Wooden coloured, I suppose the coloured ones are T20. And the stumps go flying as Taylor pushes forward, 9 down. And it is a 5 for Tim van der Hoogten. His second of the season in only 3 matches, and he really is doing a fine job leading the Glamorgan attack. 5 for 33. 104 for 9. Middle stump plucked from the ground. What more satisfying sight can there be for a fast bowler?
Does look like it has cut back off the surface quite a long way, that one. The one that got rid of Webster looked like it was a fairly straight one, but I think that one has really come back at Matt Taylor, and if the top order are struggling, then as capable as Taylor is with the bat, to ask him to succeed where they've not managed to is asking quite a lot. So Singdale has got 3 balls to face this over. They would at least want DeLange to be given the opportunity to have a go at the next over. Singdale might decide that he rather fancies a go himself. That seemed to be the way that he went at Scarborough anyway.
He's got to locate the ball first, though.
Yes, he's a curious batter, is Singdale, because he's got a first-class 50, but this season his highest score is 15 in 8 innings now.
Yeah, averaging 7, so no wonder he's bringing up the tail. Stylish enough shot. Good enough for higher in the order. DeLange getting back for the second run.
This is kind of what I mean, really, in that you look at the stats this year and then you think, yeah, he scored that 50 against Leicestershire, and also a vitally important 22 not out on the day that Tom Price achieved that feat of hat-trick plus 100 to see Price through to that 100. But then you kind of look at some of the other shots and dismissals. I mean, he came out swinging at Scarborough in the first innings and was out for a golden duck, skying the ball to mid-on. So you just never really quite know. Just had a look at a replay that you'll have seen on the stream yourselves, but we can't see, just from the reverse angle of that Taylor dismissal. It shows you just how far that has moved off the surface. So seeing a ball like that in the 33rd over and thinking there's at least something in this. Generous applause for Van der Huchten down at fine leg.
Yeah, nice hearing some applause for a visiting feat.
Marchand. If he sees some width, he's going to go after it. He certainly sent Glamorgan fielders scattering to the boundary. It is, well, it's not even in outfield, is it? It's just out, apart from the two slips.
Two slips, and no one else saving the single.
And he wants the single, does De Lange. I suppose in this sort of situation, really, you probably do have just to take the runs that are on offer. If Gloucestershire are to even muster something as dizzying as 150 from this position, then clearly Singh Dale is going to have to do quite a lot of the work himself. Labuschagne might be of a pace where Singh Dale is tempted. Oh. Yeah, there was quite a bit of that up at Scarborough as well. It wasn't an easy pitch up there either. There was some fairly uneven bounce. The ball was swinging about quite a lot as well.
He's getting up into the 80s, or he's been known to do so, Labuschagne.
Yeah, he's slippery. He tries the Yorker there. Sort of feel he's one of those annoying people, you know, you just tell him to do anything sports-wise and he'd be able to do, you know, any sport. If he were just given enough hours to practice obsessively over it, as he probably would. Oh, he's had a right go at that one as Singh Dale, and he's still there. It was only a matter of time, really. No, just pick up any sport, anything in cricket. If he had to become a wicketkeeper, you suspect he'd make an excellent one. Hand-eye coordination. And Singh Dale sees out the rest of the over one way or another, so Marchand lives to fight on. I mean, again, I've just had a look at that swing and a miss, and yes, he's looking to wipe a ball over the leg side that's pitching on a roundabout off, but that has moved a long way.
So De Lange on strike, as Van der Huchten looks to finish off this innings. Ends up at slip somehow.
See, New Zealand were bowled out for 141 in the Women's One Day International at New Road, so the sellout crowd are possibly not going to be getting to see an enormous amount of cricket, but I suppose at least from their point of view it's the right side who are doing well.
Western Storm were bowled out for just 156 by Southern Vipers. Up towards long on, just the single taken. Western Storm, Fran Wilson 34, Nat Ray 31, Sophie Luff 23, Emma Corney 20. Bowled out in 37 overs. That'll be disappointing in the 50 overs match.
Yeah.
Vipers 9 for naught.
They're going really quite well in the 50 over tournament, Western Storm, and you're thinking, yeah, probably a tall order to make the top 4 from there, but even so, the 50 over tournament had gone quite well. In general, in the past, they've tended to be a better T20 side than a 50 over side, come closer to qualifying anyway. But this year, the batting woes have started in the T20, and unfortunately seems as though they've carried through into the 50 over tournament, and that is a loss which, well, it's not lost yet, but it looks like it will be. One which probably ends any outside chances. Flicked in the air by Singdale, but into a gap wide of mid-on. McElroy will chase this down, but they will also come back for a third. Nelson is brought up. Bit of passing air traffic as we're used to here. Plenty of light aircrafts going to the airfield at Staverton. And De Lange again, content just to take what's on offer. Trying to deny him the boundary, but allow him the single. Also a bit of England news that, as was reported, Jamie Smith is the successor with the gloves, but Dylan Pennington has been called up as well, and taking a lot of wickets in the championship, so clearly in this instance as skewed down to deep third, and Singdale will keep the strike at the end of that over, 113 for 9. In this instance, clearly championship form has paid off for Dylan Pennington, and I guess also the move for him potentially as well, which understandably rancored a bit with Worcestershire supporters, losing 3 of their top homegrown players to Nottinghamshire. Jack Haynes, Josh Tongue also making the trip there, but for Pennington, his not only ambition but also his form in Division 1 has resulted in a test call-up, so it'll be exciting to see what Pennington does if selected. Test series not very far away. I say effort ball from Labuschagne. It certainly sounded like it with the grunt, but I think every ball's an effort ball for Labuschagne. I'm not sure you could tell him to bowl a ball at sort of 70%. I'm not sure that's really something that he does. Again, very nicely played. It's riding the bounce, and they do have a fielder out at deep square. So plenty of open space. And once again, everybody scatters for De Lange. Ow. That made one of the louder thumps of the day as it cannons into Marchand De Lange, looking to give himself room. Oh, trying to get delicate there was De Lange.
Gloucestershire 114 for 9. It has been a superb day for Glamorgan's bowlers. And they're looking
Yeah, I have to say this field set, whilst doesn't always make for the most edifying cricket, at least it does seem to have stopped De Lange from really looking to lay into Labuschagne like he might if the field were up. And instead he's just been happy to do that, really. Hand off the bat from Singdale. They might think about 2 here, with Byram running round and decide against it.
Thinking about it, I'm not sure whether it's been a too clever a move to leave the lunchtime chips exposed. But the girls haven't spotted them yet.
You've at least got the protection of the umbrella from their sight, but might be able still to sense their presence.
It's a very generous portion. I didn't even have time to eat it all in the lunch interval.
Yeah, certainly from first experience, the food outlets have been good this year. My chicken masala was very tasty.
Well, Singdale joining in the fun. If De Lange's going to fling the bat, then he is as well.
Yeah, it's probably his favourite shot, that, Singdale. The sort of... I mean, in the past I've almost seen him finish it helicopter style, but actually that almost was the helicopter. Looking at it again, it's close to it. One of his heroes, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, so trying to repeat his hero's favourite shot.
Well, Glamorgan won't want too much of this nonsense, having claimed 8 wickets for 88 in the morning session. 32 added for the loss of Matt Taylor since lunch. Not quite concerted enough to be convincing from the Glamorgan side. Welsh-based umpire Paul Baldwin turning it down. Man who clocks up the miles, lives on the West Wales coast.
Seems to have been following Gloucestershire around recently. I've had him several matches of late.
Not quite timed by Singdale, but wide of point fielder. Easy single.
Well, the top score for the innings, Miles Hammond, with his 21, is under threat.
Yeah, one blow from De Lange could do it. He's on 16 off 15 balls.
Just what I was thinking. One blow.
Oh, well, we're at mid-wicket, so we can practice our catching skills.
I think I'd rather warm up with something a little bit easier than a Marshall De Lange 6.
Hello. Long on will have a chance. But not that much of a chance. McIlroy with the leap. Couldn't get to it. Is it 4 signals?
Yeah, I think the members were certainly signalling 4 down there, so I think that's what they'll go with. I must admit, it was so flat, I lost track of it.
Well, McIlroy jumped for it. He's a fairly tall man. Surprised he's not back on the ropes. 121 for 9. And some more fielding for McIlroy to do. Awkward bounce, he copes with it well, and they settle for a single.
Yeah, I mean, he'd been dinking the ball about De Lange, so possibly they were just thinking in terms of denying him the 2, but at some point he was bound to want to clear the boundaries. It's what he does, and he's quite open about saying that he does look to entertain with the bat. So it was bound to happen, and yes, had he been back on the rope, it would have been hit hard at him, but he would have seen the end of Gloucestershire's innings. Right, fire with fire potentially being fought now. Douthwaite 2 for 7 from 5 overs. Both his wickets were caught down the leg side, however, it was one of those where he probably took his 2 wickets with the 2 worst balls that he bowled, actually, and between that didn't give a huge amount away.
Douthwaite's like that. He will pick up his fair share of wickets with his less threatening deliveries, because he does mix it up quite intelligently.
Yeah. And that's nicely waited for by De Lange. It'll be at least 2. There's McIlroy getting round and does well, but it was always going to be 2, so that means that De Lange is the top scorer for the innings. 23 from 18. Perfectly, well, as safe a shot as you could play, really. There's now just the 1 slip, so even more protection for the boundary. That's drilled wide of Carlson, but will get across easily. Just the single.
Again, I was a little surprised that Carlson was fielding away from the boundary there, because he's 3/4 of the way back. He's not going to save a single. He's not going to concede 2 with the ferocity that De Lange hits the ball with. So he might as well be back on the ropes, you would have thought.
Oh, full toss, and Singdale's missed out on it. Tried to swing it away. So I suppose the next milestone is, can these 2 put on the highest partnership of the innings? They're not far off.
So that's at 36 for the 6th wicket.
And these 2 so far have put on 25. Sure what happened there. There was certainly nobody moving around the sight screen.
Maybe Douthwaite's hoping for a catch down there at deep square or fine leg.
He's certainly got the field to bowl short if he wants to. He's also not going full on short pitch barrage. There's no short leg, for example, or leg gully. Cut away just in front of Byram at point. He almost timed it too well.
Yeah, just about got on top of it, Ajit Singh Dale.
And that was in his half. And he's dispatched it to the extra cover boundary.
Well, the home crowd certainly given something to cheer about belatedly. 88 for 8 at lunch, 104 for 9 Nice little flourish. Can't say it's entirely unexpected as far as De Lange is concerned, because you expect him to swing the bat and you expect him to connect with a few. Little Glamorgan committee meeting before Van der Hoogten resumes. Certainly he's been a little bit more expensive after that superb opening spell. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9. It's now his second 7 overs, in contrast, have cost 42, but he has claimed 3 more wickets, so no problem as yet for Glamorgan, as all is spread far and wide once more. Not very many dot balls played back to the bowler. Not many dot balls available, really, as there's a slip, and that's it. Everyone else spread far and wide. Northeast about 2nd or 3rd slip. Well, that was a bit agricultural, but it'll bring 4 runs for Marchant de Lange, 137 for 9. Ball flying down to backward square leg.
Yeah, certainly not the middle or even sort of inner half almost of de Lange's bat, but it found the gap. I mean, it's still in a position at 100 and coming in at 104 for 9, where even a fantastic last wicket partnership leaves you short of par, but you can at least, I suppose, restore something in terms of morale heading into the bowling innings for Gloucestershire.
Not like that necessarily.
That was nearly the 6th catch behind for Chris Cook, equalling his career high.
Yeah, won't get the county record of 7 now, after Van der Hoogten struck the stumps of Matt Taylor. Remove that possibility from the equation. Single down to fine leg. Glamorgan will converge, even though Singdale has not been shy.
They're still keeping 4 back on the boundary, so they are, even now with Singdale, a little bit wary of conceding too many runs in short order.
Mid on, mid off, up though. Clipped over mid wicket. Has that one got the legs? Just about hauled back within the ropes. Some of the crowd shouting that McIlroy had been in contact with the rope. You had a better view of that one.
Oh, you're going to land me in it. No, I thought he probably did just release in time, yes. The rope certainly moved, but I thought he tapped it back. If Gloucestershire lose the match by a run, then they can revisit it maybe.
Well, these are useful runs after lunch. 53 added for loss of 1 wicket.
And I think that 3 also does mean that this is the largest partnership of the innings.
Yeah, I mean, if they get another 30 or 40, be a bit of momentum, as you say, going into the Gloucestershire bowling effort. Glamorgan coach Grant Bradburn is down beneath us with his usual clipboard file.
He's a sort of Ashley Giles school of
obsessive note taker.
Coaching, is he? Right. As the wind gets up even more, it's moved from cold to perishing, I think, really, with this wind kicking up after lunch.
It's ludicrous. I mean, we had some fairly cool temperatures in South Wales over the last few days. That was meant to be about 18 there, but it seems to be a very cold 18 today, or breezy 18.
I mean, it's that plus the fact Gloucestershire have subsided somewhat in the morning session. There's just not really that much of a sort of buzz and hubbub at the moment. Not this time. Well, there we go. There's a bit of hubbub created by Glamorgan's polite inquiry of umpire Ashraf as to whether that was caught behind or not.
Yes, and they might have flicked something.
It does sort of feel a bit more like a kind of a Monday crowd than a Sunday crowd as a consequence of the conditions. Nicely played by Singdale, up onto his toes and down into the ground. And actually now you'd feel almost more aggrieved if one of these two, considering they've been out there in the middle batting for each other to some extent as well, you'd almost feel more aggrieved after they've put these runs on if one of them were to give it away. If it had happened quickly, you might have said, well, I mean, they just sort of needed to get bowling, but now it does feel as though there's certainly something more that could be gained out of these two really seeing how far they can take this partnership. Again, Douthwaite testing out the middle of the pitch. And that'll be more bonus runs. Wide signalled, so 5 onto the total. Difficult to tell from our angle exactly how far down the leg side that was. I was expecting it to be signalled byes and for Chris Cook to be looking rather aggrieved, but umpire Ashraf has a fair enough decision there. I'm not exactly sure how Singdale could have reached that.
No, it's moved away quite a bit after it pitched as well.
Another short ball. There is no fielder at either square leg or short leg though. So Singdale survives and gets up the other end. Now that's got to be a no ball. So more extras. And it's Douthwaite's figures who are starting to take a little bit of a, not exactly a battering, but the economy's rising. DeLange ducked that, but pretty much needn't have bothered. A goes full, and that has been hit firmly, but well stopped by Root. He's able to get around, but the 150 is up, and this time it's very much generous applause for the work that these two have done. 150 seemed an awfully long way off and extremely unlikely, not just at lunch at 88 for 8, but at 104 for 9 when Matt Taylor saw basically an 80-mile-an-hour off break bowl him through the gate.
Now this is interesting. First bit of spin. Mason Crane. We'll try and fox him out. 3 for 50, the Van der Hoogten spell.
Scheme seems scarcely believable. I must have to check the maths, but I'm sure it's right.
Well, his first spell was 2 for 9, wasn't it?
Yeah. Extraordinary.
Crane to De Lange. Mason Crane, 23 wickets so far in the championship for Glamorgan, having hardly played red ball cricket at first team level for a couple of years. And this might be quite a daunting experience as he bowls to De Lange. Hard up towards, long off. It's straight enough to bisect the two fielders on the ropes. And Marchant De Lange, who has entertained with the bat for Glamorgan on a couple of occasions notably, brings up the 50 partnership off just 47 balls for this last wicket. That could be 4 more. No, it'll be just about stopped on the boundary. Down at backward point.
There's the Cheltenham we know and love. 4 or a single, really, to that Sanford Road side down the hill.
Well, this is looking considerably less disastrous for the Shire than it did 45 minutes ago. As Sam Northeast is frantically directing his troops. Mons Labuschagne is coming in to slip. How many of them do you leave out for the number 11?
I mean, surely at 155 for 9 you've got to tempt Singh Dale at least, until he's really shown that he's going to get hold of it.
Well, mid-on and mid-off are now, well, mid-off is halfway back. Mid-on is 2/3 back. And that was less than ideal timing from Singh Dale. That was something of a number 11 smear. Flashing past Kieran Carlson, it goes at long off for 4. Singh Dale has 25, 159 for 9.
Again, it's really intelligent batting. I mean, he's not trying to go too square of the wicket, knowing that Crane has the ability to turn the ball both ways. Excellent googly, looking to hit straight, but not trying to overhit it, just get it straight at the mid-off fielder.
No shot played in the end. Crane has got a very useful googly as well. He's been known to fox the odd tail ender. previous delivery that Singdale played no shot to was the googly, hence a little bit of interest from the bowler at the time, but it wasn't too bad a leave. Comfortably missed the off stump, so first over costing 9 runs for Mason Crane. Jamie McIlroy's going to have a go at getting in the wickets column. 0 for 23 and 6 his first spell.
Change of warning at the college lawn end, the return of number 35, Jamie McIlroy.
Yeah, that's what Nick said. Keep up, Mr. Randall.
The college lawn being turned into a college car park for this occasion. My car is about as far as it can be, so not particularly into danger from De Lange.
Wise move. Still looking to go mostly along the ground, certainly to the seamers, with all these fielders out. And as he's been ever since Singdale came to the crease, very happy just to turn the strike over to him. There's a lot of chat between the two, keeping each other focused. Attitude from De Lange and Singdale certainly does seem to have been that they've actually realised that they're seeing the ball quite well, and at some point it may well still end with the ball being hit straight up in the air. That's quite likely, but they have just gone about this really intelligently. Quick single up to mid-off, and a very well taken one. I think somebody in the crowd cried no, but as it turned out, the two in the middle were right.
You really wouldn't want to be sent back by Joe Public at deep cover, would you?
It's a bit like in the tennis when they start shouting out in the middle of rallies. Full toss. It's not quite been given the full treatment, but it still might be 4. No, good fielding down at long on. Singdale's lost his bat. Oh dear. And he just about makes it, despite not having a bat to ground.
That was Marnus Labuschagne down on the boundary, and that really was an absolutely brilliant pick up and throw from the Australian, who is just such a good fielder. He looked as though he'd only just get to it, but he actually picked it up and threw virtually in one movement, despite being off balance.
Bit of a mow from De Lange there, which finds the bowler. That is also De Lange's highest score for Gloucestershire in first-class cricket. He's not played a great deal. This is just his 9th game, having played 4 when he was injured last year, and then this being his 5th match this year. He's also not actually had that many innings in that time. Another very short delivery, and yep, it's been signalled no ball again, just ballooning over the head of De Lange, so 2 more runs onto the total. But he's actually not batted twice in any of the games that he's played for Gloucestershire so far. I think it's fair to say that he's very likely to have to bat twice in this one, judging from what we've seen so far.
Well, you never know.
You never know. It could be 650 for 5 declared second innings. However, taking some pace off that, and that has been carted high over mid-wicket and bouncing off the roof of the black marquee towards the Sanford Road. One more of those, and he will be raising his bat.
Well, he played 2 spectacular innings in Championship cricket during his spell with Glamorgan, the 90 that I alluded to at Leicester, that's got Glamorgan within 1 blow of victory before he unfortunately holed out in the outfield, and his top score 113 up at Northampton off very few deliveries, 62 of them. Fastest century for Glamorgan in terms of balls faced, although they didn't used to be all annotated. Majid Khan got one in 70 minutes, as did Gilbert Parkhouse, but 62 is Glamorgan's fastest in terms of balls.
Almost didn't really want that small break in play. Drink coming on for Singdale. They do have a ball back, and DeLange ducking underneath it. A better bouncer there from McElroy, but well played by Marchand DeLange. So 171 for 9.
Well, this has a completely different feel to it, doesn't it, as in terms of the state of the game. Even if the wicket falls now, then you know, 110 all out as it might have easily have been after lunch or something like that. Stand of 67 now for this final wicket. It's a funny game, cricket. None of the top order batters really getting set, looking at home, and all of a sudden you've got Tan and Jack, who are striking most of the deliveries they go for. And no wonder that Captain Sam Northeast and Vice Captain Kieran Carlson are having a lengthy discussion as Crane sets his field. Back the bowler on the bounce.
We'll be up for that on whenever it is, Friday. T20.
Good heavens, a defensive shot.
Also, we had Mitch Swepson in this fixture last year, didn't we? Quite a lot of leg spin bowled from that chapel end.
Yeah, Glamorgan have had a bit of a thing about leg spinners in the last 12 months. Swepson played 4 championship games, Hatzoglu most of the blast. Let's put the pressure on Douthwaite, and he misfielded. Safely through for the single. And now Mason Crane, they were in contact with Crane mid-season last year. Director of Cricket Mark Wallace keen on adding a leg spinner, and Crane's done really well. Been expensive at times, but he's picked up wickets. Almost won the game against Middlesex. That'll be just a single out to deep cover. Now Glamorgan putting in 2 slips for the leg spinner, bowling for the last man. Well, this is quite the fight back from the Shire, isn't it? Having been 49 for 5, then 88 for 8, 104 for 9, 70 added for the last wicket. And this pair, when their batting endeavours come to an end, will at least have something to defend with the ball.
Very nearly now doubled their score since lunch. And exactly, you just feel with, you know, even though it's still not a score Gloucestershire would have wanted when they first started, at least it's getting towards being out of the sort of range where even just one player from the opposition can take the game away from you with a century or something. Just feel as though you're still at least in with some sort of a chance, even if Glamorgan do bat much better than Gloucestershire as they would hope. And Singdale goes over the top of extra cover. Won't have the legs to go, I don't think. Southwaite will tiptoe towards the boundary and send it in, and that now does mean Gloucestershire have doubled their score since the lunch break. 88 for 8 has become 176 for 9. And they've not even had quite an hour's play.
Well, it could be a mix-up here.
Very much not a single there.
Almost straight to Douthwaite.
Skewed in the air, it'll clear point rather, and spin away towards the boundary. For a moment I thought that the two fielders were going to leave it to each other, but Crane mops up. But 2 more runs, even if it's not the prettiest, it's effective. If somebody does know where scorecards are available from, then would they mind sending, if anybody's listening, would they mind sending somebody up to the balcony? Because there appears to be somebody who's in need of one and appears to be accosting whoever he can get his hands on. He started off by asking the radio commentators, of course we're not sadly on the radio today thanks to technical issues, and then he's moved on to the written press.
We haven't even got them ourselves, let alone ones to spare.
Perhaps the scorers could do him a printout. So again, really well played by Singdale, and yes, I think it's sort of last wicket stand type applause, but he's right to be applauded for playing that almost as much as some of the runs that he's scored. Another overseen out. 178 for 9, and the last wicket partnership turning from useful to, from a Glamorgan point of view, really irritating.
Yes, this is hugely infuriating for Glamorgan, who must have had visions of a low score and getting into lead sometime in the evening session. Doesn't look like that'll be the case now.
Highest last wicket partnership for Gloucestershire was set on this ground 10 years ago by Craig Miles and Liam Norwell. A fair way to go before they get to that, 137. but it has been done on this ground before.
Bowler having to do the fielding himself in the cover position. Mason Crane. That one's out towards Labuschagne at mid-wicket, single taken.
In fact, this is the highest last wicket stand for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan.
Thank you.
Beating 73 from John Mortimer and Jack Davey in 1972 at St Helens, Swansea.
Oh yes, something we've discussed several times on Glamorgan's commentaries. Sadly, looks highly unlikely there'll be any more professional cricket played at St Helens, with the prospective redevelopment of the rugby side of the ground. That's up. McIlroy might get underneath it. He does, and he juggles and he catches it. Singdale finally goes for 32. Mason Crane gets the wicket. 179 all out.
Well, the fun was always going to have to end at some point, and almost one of the only times in his innings where Singdale has really tried to take on a fielder, but that was a magnificent last wicket stand, providing at least some comfort to Gloucestershire supporters. However, there's no doubt that it has been Glamorgan's day so far, reducing Gloucestershire to 88 for 8 at lunch. Magnificent performance from Tim van der Guchten, 5 for 59 from his 15 overs. And in fact, in the end, everybody other than McIlroy taking 1 wicket.
Van der Guchten just about led them off in the end, albeit several members of the team had already scarpered over the boundary. De Lange 46 not out off 37 deliveries.
Yep, so just shy of passing 50 for the first time in Gloucestershire colours, Marchand de Lange, but a fantastic innings from him. Always entertaining, but actually it was an innings of not just power but also placement at times from de Lange as well, because he was having to score those runs with lots of fielders back on the boundary. However, whilst we focus on the end, it must also be worth going back to the start, where Gloucestershire lost a wicket to just the second ball of the day. Cameron Bancroft nicking off to Tim van der Guchten, who bowled a accurate, incisive opening spell and claimed also the wicket of Ollie Price in that. Gloucestershire then watched in horror as 3 wickets fell to Bull's missing leg stump. 2 of them caught down the leg side, one off a short ball, one off a full ball, and then James Bracey, who was probably the most unlucky of them all in getting a ball that went off the very bottom part of his thigh pad, which was missing leg stump, and was redirected the other way onto his stumps. And in terms of the top order, well, 4 people made double figures. Only Miles Hammond made 20, and top scorers by a decent amount in the end. Numbers 10 and 11. So 179 is the final Gloucestershire score. Van der Guchten's 5 for 59 I mentioned from 15 overs. McIlroy none for 39 from 8. Douthwaite 2 for 23 from 7. Gorvin 1 for 15 from 5, Labuschagne 1 for 18 from 7, and Crane finishing 1 for 13 from 2 overs and 4 balls. Can Gloucestershire do what they will need to do and take early wickets and potentially get into Glamorgan's middle to lower order? It is a pretty imposing looking top order that they have to get past, including Marnus Labuschagne. We will step aside for a couple of moments and be back with you for Glamorgan's reply to Gloucestershire's 179.
Please welcome back our umpires, Naeem Ashraf and Paul Waldron. In the field now, the Gloucestershire side, captained by Graham Van Beeren. And to open the batting for Glamorgan, number 97, Eddie Byram, and number 7, Billy Root.
Ready then for the resumption of play as Glamorgan start their first innings with Messrs Root and Byram. Taking to the middle, Matt Taylor looks to be the choice for the first over from the Chapel end. And I wonder which of Singhdale, DeLange and Zaman Akhtar will be given the new ball from the College lawn end.
Room in the outfield with those 4 close fielders, and Eddie Byram finds the boundary first ball.
Fairly emphatic way to send a message first ball. Sun just not exactly out, but there are a few gaps in the clouds now, just a few patches of blue up above.
Gloucestershire will have to be as chirpy as they can be in the field, really, to support their bowlers. Not too much to defend. Byram just tucking his bat slightly inside the line there. For those not used to watching Eddie Byram, he has got a very unobtrusive leave.
When as meagre as Gloucestershire's total was, 179, looks like there's a fair chance it's going to be the highest score by any of the Division 2 sides batting first.
Wow!
With Derbyshire 76 all out already, Leicestershire 153 for 9 against Middlesex, and Sussex 126 for 9 against Northamptonshire. The Wi-Fi's a little bit patchy, so those innings might have ended already. But it's certainly not been a round to be a batter. Even in Division 1, Durham 175 for 7 against Worcestershire, Warwickshire 151 for 6 against Somerset. Lancashire probably going the best of any side despite their batting woes at times this season. They seem to have possibly righted the ship. 107 for 2 against Notts.
Byram a little squared up there. Charlesworth with the fielding. 4 off the first ball. The only runs off the first over.
In fact, in the international as well, at Worcester, one full to start with, but immediately turns off the first ball of each of the first 2 overs. And more runs here, heading towards the boundary. Matt Taylor into the slide, does very well. It's a slightly awkward slide in the end from Taylor, but he got to the ball and saves 2 runs. So Gloucestershire's attack certainly quick. The question is, will they get as much out of the surface bowling at that greater pace than the Glamorgan attack? Of course, it's a different time of day as well, so there's that to factor in. Bo Webster would possibly be, of the 5 seam options that Graham van Buren has to call upon, possibly be the closest to the sort of seam bowling that seemed to work best on this surface. Not that the Glamorgan attack is slow by any means, but you do just wonder. Lively delivery from Singdale. Awkward one for Bracey behind the stumps as well, because he's not had that many pass through to him, so just trying to figure out where he needs to stand. And then that almost handcuffed him a bit in terms of palms up, palms down. Well, good finish to the over from Singdale for sure. 8 without loss. Glamorgan after 2. Didn't miss off stump by a huge amount, but I think certainly Root would say he judged it. We have seen some pretty extravagant seam movement at times, but certainly not been doing it all the time.
Glamorgan 8 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 1-7-9 all-out. Glamorgan were completely on top until a last wicket stand of 75 between their former player Marshall Delango struck 46 not out and Ajit Singdale. Eventually finished off by Mason Craig. Tim van der Hoogten, Glamorgan's hero, taking 5 for 59. Gloucestershire 1-7-9 all-out. Glamorgan 8 for 0 in reply. Important little period this. Best part of an hour until the tea interval. Byram and Root might have a few scoring opportunities as Gloucestershire press early for wickets, with those fielders grouped to the right of your screen there. 3 slips in the gully. Point is quite close as well, so Gloucestershire not with a lot of room for error in their bowling attack. Byram, after hitting his first ball for 4, has avoided playing them wherever possible since.
Certainly been given the hurry up is Root. Interesting to see whether, I mean, at times you felt that there was a bit of variation off the surface in that first innings, maybe just a little bit in terms of bounce but also pace. Whether it's just Root not quite as far forward as he might be later on in his innings there, or whether he felt that ball really did stay down on him.
Does tend to hop around a little bit in the crease.
Oh. I mean, again there, he's not forward to a ball which has scuttle underneath his bat. And whilst he is very quick, Singdale, he is also of the skiddier variety. He's not Marchand de Lange. You know, he's not going to be racing in and banging the ball in so much.
Yeah, that one was an odd delivery. Missed the off stump, then appeared to come back.
Nicely guided by Root. Be the first change of strike, I think. But also neither of those two deliveries carrying through to Bracey, so he's had one which has really flown through on him more than he expected, and then two which already have bounced in front of him. And about time, we finally got sunshine at Cheltenham.
Yes, just lightening a little bit. Although we're still in the shade, as we are always after late morning.
We certainly needed it in the past. It was a couple of years back when it was threatening 40 degrees here, and we ended up closing. It was one of those where you had the option of either closing the day early.
One of those.
Flick behind square, there'll be 4. Zavarnakta's only chasing that to pick it up from the boundary. And so Byram doubling his score. But yeah, I think it was only here and one other place that actually did it, and you couldn't have scripted it really, because they decided to end the day's play and then the sun went in. But having committed to it, they stuck it through with it, and off we went at 5 o'clock. I don't think it actually got quite as hot as they'd forecast. It was certainly hot enough, but I think it was quite the 40 degrees that was promised. That's beautifully timed. It's made a really sweet sound off the bat. And back-to-back 4s to close out over number 4. So Glamorgan off to a bright start, 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, there are always going to be opportunities to score, as I say, with the field pressed in. Gloucestershire need early breakthroughs. They've got to gamble a little bit. But just the gap available for Eddie Byram to time that one nicely. Billy Root and Eddie Byram happy to see a few pass by. Just get a bit of a shine off the ball if they possibly can. Make Gloucestershire tighten their lines. Charlesworth the fielder at point.
There's already, even in just 4.2 overs, been such a noticeable difference in terms of the noise that it's making off Glamorgan's bats so far. I mean, there's still time for it to change, but it seemed as though in the first about 5 overs of Gloucestershire's innings, there was about one ball that hit the middle of somebody's bat.
Well fielded by de Lange at mid-on. Fairly firmly timed by Billy Root, but no run. Both these two will be looking to improve on their averages in these later stages of the championship season. Byram, who missed the first 3 games through injury, has only one half century, innings of 86 at Leicester, and this is his 7th game. Single down to fine leg. Billy Roots has got a couple of half centuries, but it's left out of one match. Quite a few 30s and 40s, but hasn't been able to go on as much as he would have wanted.
Imagine in this situation, you'd probably take a 30 or a 40, wouldn't you? In the context of potentially
of the game.
A low-scoring game.
Yeah.
Just to say, Leicestershire, in the end, were bowled out for 179. Which means, as Sussex have been bowled out for 143, that indeed Gloucestershire's first innings is the joint highest for their side batting first in Division 2 in this round.
Well, that one's had Byram in trouble. Know much about that. Promising start from Matt Taylor.
And then there's again the one that just bounces a little bit more, quick bounce as well. Byram's played it quite well, withdrawing the bat away from it, I think just about in time. But I think that is a ball which underlines the difficulties that so far people have had batting here. It's been as much about the variation of pace and bounce as it has in terms of the movement off the surface.
Be interesting to hear about what the players have to say about this after close of play.
They've still got, what, 11 overs after this left until tea. Oh, trying for the strangle down the leg side. It's been quite a good strategy today. Yeah, they would want, you feel, Gloucestershire at least. Well, I mean, one is a minimum. If they get through these 11 overs, Glamorgan until tea, you start to feel maybe it might be a long evening, but if they could grab a couple, Gloucestershire, I'd certainly feel as though things are still not exactly swinging their way, at least. There's the potential to maybe at the very least limit the damage in that first innings. Definitely a genuine beating of the bat from Singh Dale, and again Root just not really forward. He's not. I mean, it might be a strength. It might be that Glamorgan have looked at the way that Gloucestershire really seemed to attack the ball early on. There was a lot of getting down the pitch. They've decided just to wait a bit longer, but I mean, again, he's been caught very flat-footed, whether it's because of the pace of Singdale or what. And that time he is strongly forward, but it was quite a full delivery, and it's nicely driven towards long off. I don't think Hammond's going to get there. He's not. So another boundary ends the 6th over. Glamorgan 24 without losses. Root joins Barham in double figures. It has not only the sun coming out, but also I think the breeze has died a bit as well. It's starting to feel a bit more pleasant.
Starting to feel a bit like May rather than April.
Yes.
And the Women's International, England heading for a very comfortable victory over New Zealand. Barham defending off the back foot. 109 for 1 in just the 17th over, chasing 142 to beat New Zealand at Worcester. Maya Boucher leading the way with 69 not out after Tammy Beaumont was run out for 28 off 31. Partnership was 73 for the first wicket. Heather Knight has joined Boucher. Looks like an easy England women's win. As far as Western Storm are concerned, well, that looks likely to be a heavy defeat down at Hove for the West of England and Wales side. 156 all out was all they could manage. Fran Wilson's 34 was the top score. In reply, Vipers 112 for 2 after 23 overs. Both those wickets to Amanda Jade Wellington. Good take from James Bracey.
Now the Blaze racked up 318 for 8 in a 44 over a side game. The winners of the Charlotte Edwards Cup looking to add the 50 over trophy.
And it'll be interesting to see when the women's schedule is announced and how much cricket they'll be playing if the 8 initial counties are professional.
Yeah, and I certainly gather that the plan is to call the competitions, at least at this stage, the plan is to call the competitions the Women's Vitality Blast and Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Is anything in the form of red ball cricket being mentioned anywhere along the way?
Not at this point, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's very tricky, isn't it? You'd love to see it, I would, but then we're going an entire summer here without having a women's test match. Neither New Zealand nor Pakistan, I think, were particularly keen on playing one, so, you know, you're playing a form of cricket that you play once every couple of years. Some teams have shown more commitment to it. We've got the women's test going on between India and South Africa. I mean, both those sides actually certainly seem as though they want to play more. South Africa had a test match against Australia, and we've got this one against India. I think they're going to host one against, I think it's England this winter. I think England are going to South Africa for a multi-format series.
If these players are professional, they're going to have to play for their money.
Oh, again, very much trapped on the crease by Singdale. He must be thinking he's fairly close to sliding one past that inside edge, but hasn't managed to do that as yet. Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly something that a lot of the England players would say they would want. I guess it's just a matter of, well, in terms of all the things that are talked about with men's domestic four-day cricket, really, I guess. Cost to put on.
There is that
sort of thing. The counties are being expected to fund a lot of this themselves. That's the whole point of it, that it can be more of a commercial, I guess, driver than the regional setup is, being distanced from the men's teams and not ever having been set up with the purpose of being a commercial product in that way.
Yes, I suppose if you're talking about the county championship for men being a relatively niche interest. I mean, there's good crowds here today, but in Bristol and Cardiff we see large grounds fairly sparsely attended. The championship does have its packed days, particularly at outgrounds, but by and large it's not nearly as well as attended as the shorter formats.
Around the wicket now, Singdale. Certainly at least trying to put it in Root's mind that he needs to play at that one. But yeah, I don't know, in some ways you could say, well, the idea is for there to be equality in the competition, so therefore there should also be a women's county championship. I mean, a 4-day, 3-day event rather than the old county championship, which was just what they called the 50-over tournament. I'm sure the door's not closed to it, but the problem is that whilst the ICC have no interest in developing the women's test game, and they've been very open about saying they have no interest in it, then it's hard to know what you're playing towards. And also, I could see there being maybe a future of a sort of a kind of maybe a more condensed, at least for now, if it were sort of a north v south thing or something like that. That's where I've seen maybe it coming in. As backward point will stop that, and a maiden over completed for Singdale, his first, 24 without loss. But yeah, I don't know. As I say, it's not something that I'm trying to do down because I wouldn't like to see it. But you're playing maximum in a great year. You're probably playing 3 test matches. Something that they can sort of get through without really needing to, maybe you could have a warm-up before it. Often you get England versus England A or something like that. But
just in terms of the women's domestic schedule, you wonder what they'll be playing, maybe Friday, Sunday every week, something like that. Taylor racing in, looking for the first breakthrough. Small plane droning overhead. Still, as you can probably tell from the absence of shadows on the players on your screens, it is pretty overcast and likely to remain so by the look of it. Byram has not got hold of that. DeLange will pouch it at mid-wicket, and Gloucestershire have the breakthrough. Byram has gone for 12, a rare attacking shot. Matt Taylor has the wicket, 24 for 1.
Not really the way that I expected the first wicket to fall. And a short delivery from Matt Taylor doing the trick. It's just a question of whether De Lange was going to be able to get there, but in the end he did that fairly comfortably. Byram proving perhaps again, as we saw a pull shot from Graham van Buren proving to be his downfall. Again, possibly just the nature of the surface. If it's bowled into it, there's a bit of variation in terms of pace and bounce. It certainly didn't look like it got big on him. If anything, he might just have been through the shot a bit early rather than late on it, possibly. It certainly didn't look like a particularly vicious bouncer from Matt Taylor, but Byram didn't get hold of it.
Not timing it, that's his downfall. And well, Byram keeps getting into double figures and getting a bit of a start, but not going on.
Speaking of which, I didn't point out that once again Miles Hammond reached double figures, so he still hasn't been dismissed in single figures this season.
So Labuschagne innings of 93 and 64 last time out in the drawn game against Northants in Cardiff. Century in the home game against Middlesex. Averaging 55 in this, his final championship game for Glamorgan this season. So he'll be very keen to make an impact. Streaky one to get off the mark though. Racing down to third man boundary. That hospitality tent, one of the biggest ones, is not entirely full.
I guess it's because it's a Sunday, so the business traffic isn't really there. It's more for kind of corporate events, so you might well see it packed tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought the main public stand would be a bit more thickly populated. Certainly the fine weather didn't bring out the county members in significant numbers in the last game in Cardiff. And after all the complaints about cricket in April, May, September being too cold, apparently the county had a few phone calls saying not coming today, it's too hot. You can't win, can you?
No. I don't know whether the slightly chilly morning has seen a few not come. The other difference this year is that there is a bit more seating as well. That Sandford Road stand is
that bigger than
a
usual?
Little bit bigger. That one's probably not that much bigger, but it's the one that's out of your sight where there's much more people sitting this year. Towards wide long on.
Applause for the successful Taylor over. Gloucestershire need a few more of them if they're to fight back into this game. But 179 as opposed to the 110, 120 it might have been at one stage. At least gives Gloucestershire a bit more of a sniff of competing on first innings.
I mean, if they could find a way to winkle out at least Labuschagne before tea, I mean that would be a wicket which would be certainly heartily celebrated, I'm sure, by the Gloucestershire fielders. Again, Roots making out that the ball is shot along the floor. It can't be the easiest to be at the non-striker's end when you see that going on. He must get used to it, but
cat on a hot tin roof at the moment.
Just kind of think, well, is it really that bad?
Well, I suppose players get used to each other's eccentricities, don't they? In Marnus, Labuschagne will always be looking for a quick single, and he'll always be looking to shy the ball at the stumps in the field.
Looking for a single. Oh, they'll get it.
Dear.
It's Ben Charlesworth misfields a point. Will allow Singdale the opportunity to have a go at Labuschagne in his first spell.
It must be nice for county bowlers to have the opportunity of getting such a prize scalp. Formerly the world's #1 test batter.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get up for bowling at those sorts of players, and the potential to go viral seeing his middle stump cartwheeling backwards. Millions of views on social media.
Yeah, we had the rarity of a Labuschagne against Jimmy Anderson battle in county cricket a couple of years back, and it's probably the most interest Glamorgan got from the national media all summer.
I saw Labuschagne got out to Broad against Northamptonshire, just not that one. Labuschagne squeezes it away through the onside and will... Oh, he's fallen over, so he won't get back for 2. Oh dear, it's never a dull moment. Hopefully he's not got the toasty in his pocket and it's just got absolutely crushed as he fell over there. I did notice he was eating one after the T20
Was he?
defeat. I think it was a toasty, yeah. There's certainly something he was munching on, looking rather despondent in front of the Glamorgan dressing room.
Famously reprimanded by one of the Australian coaches.
Disrespectful, I think it was called, wasn't it? Mostly tucked by root backward of square. Actor out on the deep square boundary, so deep square, long leg and a deep third fielder. Just ticking things along, Glamorgan, and I suppose it's also what you know. With Labuschagne out there, the tempo is going to be kept up.
It's just managing to kill off his laptop.
It's doing a fine job by itself.
Is it a reboot?
I really don't know what it is. It's a kaput at the moment. It's gone the same way as our line for the BBC. Hand off the bat from Labuschagne, but he has controlled that pretty nicely in the end, and he'll get 4 for it with no fielder down at deep third for him. The best just have a way of scoring through that region so often, especially in Test cricket.
And Gloucestershire aren't going to close that particular gate, though. See it so often with players edging, and then they leave a man to fill that gap. But Gloucestershire staying with the in cordon.
Gonna have a gully.
3 slips, a gully and a point.
And continues to score off basically every ball. Labuschagne, he'll pinch the strike at the end of that over. Singdale, 5 overs for 25. Hasn't bowled too badly in that opening spell, but possibly Gloucestershire might be thinking about a change after a 5 over stint for Singdale. Maybe get the other component of that record last wicket stand for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. See whether Marchand de Lange can prize at least another one out before the tea break. Still 7 more overs until that point.
Now run. Back to the fielder at square leg.
actually got quite lucky there, because I realised I was looking at, because the scores are so similar, I was looking at Leicestershire versus Middlesex. This was 179 in the first innings, and Middlesex were 1 down in reply. But fortunately, we're keeping pace exactly with them, so it is, well, now it's 6.5 overs left until tea.
Labuschagne just testing whether the fielders are on there. On point. On watch for the Labuschagne quick single. A man who plays all his cricket at 100%, 100 miles an hour. It's off the thigh pad, I think. Leg bye taken. Back to the fielder. There were times in the last match when the game was drifting a little bit, and Labuschagne would just desperately pursue every ball in the field as if it were a crucial moment in a test match instead of a less than pressurised moment in a championship game. A good example for his teammates, I'm sure. Plenty of vocal encouragement for Matt Taylor. Sixth over. Pretty tight. Van Buren may look to get a 7th out of him, as Van der Hoogten did in his first spell. Play and a miss.
Again, it's when he's looked to play off the back foot again. It just doesn't seem like a surface where you can really trust exactly where those deliveries are coming. It might make the short ball quite effective, but the problem is Gloucestershire don't have a great deal of runs on the board, so can't just bang it in.
Yeah, Marchant de Lange doing well for the Shire this season. 21 wickets at 25.6, but Glamorgan supporters will remember that he was fearsome when in full flow, but could be a little expensive when things weren't going his way.
Will be a change at the College lawn end, but it won't be de Lange yet. Zaman Akhtar is into the attack, a man who's claimed his first class 5-wicket haul this season in the first game, in fact in the first innings against Yorkshire. But de Lange has been probably the main man, as you say, for Gloucestershire. It was de Lange chiefly who bowled Gloucestershire to that victory at Northampton earlier this season.
Yeah, I mean, such a nice, polite guy to the media anyway. Delighted to see him prospering.
Yeah, this season, let's say he was injured fairly early last season. This season he's been very much the bowler that Gloucestershire bought. Beautiful shot from Labuschagne, just laying back and gliding the ball effortlessly to the left of backward point, not particularly close to him, nor to the fielder running round from the boundary. 14 off 11 balls without really playing a huge number of shots in anger.
He's just found the gaps, hasn't he?
Must be such a He's such an irritating person to bowl at for so many reasons, but especially in this situation where you know you haven't got a great deal of runs on the board. And you just feel if he's there for an hour, then it's not that the game's gone, but it'll just give you that feeling that it is getting away from you, because every side likes to control the scoreboard. It's just what you try and do, build up pressure through bowling dot deliveries. He doesn't face very many.
It's a couple in a row for once. And now it is James Bracey's turn to have the delights of keeping wicket on someone else's pitch. The College Square at the top of your screens there. So only about a pitch length away from the professional one. Just slightly further towards the chapel. Or the chapels.
Yes.
Showing off, that is.
The first one just wasn't quite big enough, so they had to build another.
Four leaves in a row.
That's sensible stuff from Labuschagne. I mean, he tucked into the one that was a bit further back of a length, but played it with a really controlled shot. Didn't have a big go at it that was first Byram's problem, and then when Root was beaten in that previous over, and then just having a bit of a look at what Zaman Akhtar has got. Again, bounces in front of Bracey, well in front of him as well. He'd taken a step or so forward, but some of that because whilst Akhtar is not slow, just be a little bit slower than Singh Dale. But even then, underlining how tricky it is really to know exactly where to stand for Bracey when he's got that happening. 41 for 1.
It's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, but doesn't look like a terror track. Doesn't really look like a 179 all-out sort of track. Though I may be proved wrong if Glamorgan fall in a heap here.
We have seen so much less playing and missing in Glamorgan's innings in general, and as I say, you just got a sense from the first few overs just how many more balls were hitting the middle of Glamorgan's bats. And we also haven't really seen a ball do what Van der Guchten managed to get, that ball that, for example, he got Matt Taylor out with. We haven't seen one just really jag this innings.
Matt Taylor looking to find it in return. Well, Yorkshire into the lead with 2 wickets down.
Oh dear.
By T at Chesterfield. Derbyshire 76, Yorkshire 81 for 2. And David Lloyd, former Glamorgan captain, not finding things easy at Derbyshire, even if it is more convenient for his family life. Pressing forward, defending to cover. Remember, it was about this time last year. I think it might have been David Lloyd's first match for Glamorgan after the news about his impending departure came out. in the end, something of a damp squib, because he got injured playing on loan for Derbyshire in the One-Day Cup and didn't return, or at least didn't manage to play for Glamorgan in the final month of the season.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had a feeling he played in the One-Day Cup match for Derbyshire on this ground, the first game of the One-Day Cup last year.
Got injured. I think he got whacked in the ribs batting and then aggravated it while fielding, which maybe he shouldn't have been doing. And that one of the reasons that there's only one Welsh-born player in this Glamorgan 11, Kieran Carlson. Albeit Andy Gorvin as a Welsh dad, and Jamie McElroy was mostly brought up in Mid-Wales, just happened to be born over the border, because a lot of Mid-Wales kids are. The hospitals tend to be the English side of the border. Dan Douthwaite came through the Cardiff University's setup, but Byram came from Somerset, Root from Notts, North East from Kent, Crane from Hampshire. So we had a long spell when there were a lot of Southern Hemisphere born players in the Glamorgan lineup. There still are a few, with Van der Hoogten and Byram in there, as well as Cook, Labuschagne. But a few more English-born players than there used to be wearing the daff.
I must admit, I didn't actually realise that McElroy wasn't Welsh-born.
Went to school in Bilswells, so,
right?
But born over the border, I'd say largely because of the lack of hospitals in Mid-Wales, I would presume.
I guess in terms of Gloucestershire players born in Gloucestershire, you're looking at Miles Hammond in this 11. Down the leg side, and Bracey saves himself some buys. Guess you're looking at Hammond and Bracey. A lot of Oxfordshire, certainly in the squad, but also in the side. Charlesworth, Price, Taylor, which can all be times by 2 when it comes to the squad. It's punched into the gap in the covers by Labuschagne, the Cantabrigian Zaman Akhtar. Bowling now, and then I'm not quite sure what you call somebody from Slough, born in Slough, but nothing wrong with Slough.
I'm sure there isn't.
Ajit Singh Dale, born there.
Come gentle bombs.
Yes. Tassie and a Western Australian, and a couple of South African Highfelters. Actually, having said that, De Lange was born, I'm not quite sure if that still counts as the Highveld out that far. De Lange was born in Sanin, which is getting towards Kruger National Park, I think. Full delivery, that's steered out through the gap. Big chase on for Charlesworth down the hill, and he's not going to get there. Just a bit over-pitched from Zaman Akhtar, and didn't really go hard at it, Root, just timed it into the gap for another boundary. Just been that little bit more inconsistent in their lengths, the Gloucestershire bowlers, than Glamorgan, whilst maybe the ball's doing a bit less, and it's not always been massive errors, it's just that bit fuller where they've tucked in. Finishes off well, does Actor. 46 for 1. Gloucestershire would dearly like another before tea, especially if it were the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. Not that there isn't plenty of quality still left in that Glamorgan lineup, but a couple of quick ones and Gloucestershire will feel a lot better about things. But whilst these two are in, you've still got Carlson, North East, Cook especially. Glamorgan certainly sitting pretty, and it's going to be Bo Webster then to have, I would assume would be the final 2 overs from the Chapel End before the tea break. So saving Marchand maybe for a go after tea.
Over 8 level. Gloucestershire run into problems over 8 wise this season at all?
No, actually, no. In fact, they got through 31 overs in the morning session at Scarborough, I think, despite bowling pretty much, well, it was all seam.
That's a wide-ish delivery from Webster to start with, something of a loosener.
Actually, we finished at 7 minutes past 6 on the first day, I think, at Scarborough.
Oh, luxury lad.
It was, yeah. Partly, unfortunately, because Gloucestershire bowled an awful lot more spin than they'd budgeted for, it being 348 for 3 on that first day. Well, they did very well actually on the next morning. Took 7 for 108 in the morning session.
Nicely timed by Labuschagne, nicely fielded as well. Scrambling stop by Matt Taylor. Saves his side probably 3 runs.
But unfortunately from Gloucestershire's perspective, that rather set the pattern for the rest of the match really. We had basically one match when Lyth and Bean were batting. Triple century opening stand. And Gloucestershire getting a taste of their own medicine after they had a triple century opening stand between Bancroft and Charlesworth at Grace Road. Records tumbled there, and they tumbled when Lyth and Bean were going at Scarborough, and really that was basically the match. Other than that, it was a fairly low scoring game.
Yeah. You didn't actually have that from a coach, did you? Apart from the triple century stand.
No, surprisingly, I don't. No. Surprisingly, I don't think Mark Elaine was in much of a mood for.
No, jollity.
Yes, such things after that. The interview started with, "What are your thoughts on the game?" And the response I got was, "We lost by an innings, so what do you think?"
Ah dear. You bowl him a full toss to try and get him off the mark. Verbally, that is. Playing a miss from Root.
I mean, you wouldn't exactly suggest to bowl short and wide, but we've seen more plays and misses from shorter, wider deliveries of late than we have from the fuller ones. Well, Labuschagne started briskly enough, but Billy Root certainly taking his time, 16 off 45.
Run rate 3.13 is fairly decent for the home side, considering how many close fielders they've had, really.
One over left from either end before the tea interval. I do wonder a little bit, given where the light is now, whether if we do continue to have this thick blanket of cloud, whether we'll quite make all these overs in today. As I say, it's not a good seeing ground either, and I think the umpires get a bit more twitchy about that as well. So often it's the fielders as much as the batters that are considered.
Balcony is here today, by the way. South Wales supporters group. Originally Swansea based. Daffodil Cricket Tours. 49th year they've been carrying out trips to away games. Labuschagne, after his run a ball start, has quietened down a little bit.
Eye on the tea interval, perhaps. He's just rehearsed a handsome back foot drive through the covers.
That's what he fancies.
Doesn't want to bring those slips into play, though. So he's going to continue to leave.
So I shall have to leave to update BBC Radio Wales listeners.
Oh yes, there is still a BBC. Again, many apologies if you have been trying to reach us on the BBC Sport website throughout the day. Sadly, technical problems which are certainly not able to be overcome by somebody of my limited capacity. We do hope that they will be back at some point sooner rather than later, but don't as yet have a exact time as to when we can get back on the website. Labuschagne still not drawn into playing. Maiden over from Zaman Akhtar, and just the one Webster over remains before we disappear off for another possibly warming cup of something. encouragement continues for Slugger, as they like to call Webster. A push for a second here, wide of long leg, but won't get it.
Glamorgan of 48 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 179 all out. Eddie Byram, the man out, caught off Matt Taylor for 12. Marnus Labuschagne is on 16 not out after a bright start. Billy Root is playing dogged fashion. He is 17 not out. Earlier Gloucestershire.
And the last ball of the session worked up to mid-on, and that will mean that Gloucestershire will have to settle for just the one Glamorgan wicket in that period, after they themselves were bowled out for 179, with Marchand de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale chiefly to thank for that, with a last wicket stand which provided some defiance and also broke a record for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan for the final wicket. De Lange 46 not out, Singh Dale 32, and Gloucestershire did manage, after going in at lunch at 88 for 8, to double their score in the afternoon session. But just the one wicket to fall, Eddie Byram on a short delivery which was pulled up in the air, and Marchand de Lange taking the catch at mid-on. Byram gone for 12, and Root and Labuschagne see Glamorgan through to the interval without sustaining further losses, so a deficit for Glamorgan of 131 runs. Gloucestershire will hope for some quick wickets in the evening session, see if they can find their way back into this game. We'll be back, Nick Webb and myself, Ed Seaborn, in about 20 minutes' time for the final session of play on the opening day of the Cheltenham Festival.
In the field, the Gloucestershire side captained by Graham van Buren. And resuming for Glamorgan, their second wicket pair of number 7, Billy Root, and number 33.
You had to put it on, sorry. So I'll try to turn it off. Hello again, welcome back to the final session on the opening day of Gloucestershire taking on Glamorgan in the one and only championship match of this year's Cheltenham Cricket Festival. Gloucestershire in need of some scalps, with Glamorgan 48 for 1 in response to their 179. Zaman Akhtar is to resume proceedings from the college lawn end, and I wonder whether that means it's the same combination with Bo Webster from the chapel end. But Akhtar coming round the wicket to the left-handed route. Going short first up.
Welcome back, Billy.
Get your eye back in quickly. Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb on the Gloucestershire live stream only, sadly for now. Well, perhaps not sadly, who knows.
Have to constantly remind ourselves that we don't have to describe everything for the benefit of audio listeners.
Breaking habit of years. Certainly, if Gloucestershire were to strike early in this session, you know, still have Glamorgan 2 down, if they could get them 3 down, being sort of around about 100 behind, they would feel they've kept themselves in the game. Nice tap and run from Root out towards cover. Nothing that anybody can do about that. Likewise, though, if they go this whole evening session, assuming we get every one of the 32 overs in, which sort of touch and go, things have got a bit brighter over the break, but not as bright as they were about halfway through the session that we've just had. But you know, Glamorgan could be pretty close to parity, and if they still had 8 wickets in hand or something, it would be danger time. Labuschagne finds the gap between backward point and a 3-man cordon, but Gloucestershire do have a fielder down at deep third in Matt Taylor, and the 50 comes up for Glamorgan. Desultory
applause. I saw actually a handful of people leaving at the tea interval. Whether due to the chilly temperatures or Gloucestershire's disappointing performance, I'm not sure. Possibly a combination of both.
Mm-hmm. It's been cold for everyone. Possibly Sunday evening plans. I mean, actually, it wouldn't be the worst weather for a barbecue, despite the fact that it's not sunny. But you know, actually, something to exactly. You basically need a heat source, don't you? Nobody wants to turn the heating on at this time of year, but a warming barbecue. Down leg side, Bracey can't get there. Again, it's much harder diving on those pitches which are used for practice, but also for Cheltenham College's season. But unable to bring that one in, and annoyingly for him, it's going to go down as byes. 54 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yeah, it was somewhat alarming when I ventured out to the middle for the toss before, half an hour before the start of play, to realise that there were 1 or 2 Gloucestershire bowlers still bowling at full pace about 20 metres away, and just being fielded by one of the coaches with the mitt on, which...
you can't trust that. I'm glad Mark Thorburn's not sitting next to me anymore, but you can't trust him with that baseball mitt. Marchand.
De Lange against his former county, and Labuschagne turning to actor at square leg.
Marchand to Marnus.
I thought I heard pre-match a couple of words being exchanged in Afrikaans between the two as well.
Surprise me.
De Lange's amazed there probably, as Labuschagne suggesting that he might have wanted a single, playing the ball very gently towards Gully, and Hammond came racing in.
I'm still convinced that yellow marquee on the far side is basically its own light source. If we had those all the way round, we'd never go off a bad light.
It needs shades.
They've got the sort of bar type umbrellas up this year. Well, actually, I was going to say by a well-known drinks manufacturer, but we could just say Schweppes because we're on the on the live stream.
Nicely steered through the offside. Be a couple of runs here for Labuschagne. Picked up just inside the cover ropes. 56 for 1.
But I'm not sure whether it's... I mean, I've certainly not heard of Schweppes sponsoring Gloucestershire, or whether it happens to be that it's yellow and black, so somebody thought it was appropriate colour scheme-wise.
Well, we've got the brollies from Schweppes.
Yes, yeah.
Up on the balcony here. Don't think they're likely to be sun brollies this week. Labuschagne just holding play up because a couple of people are moving next to the side screen.
Actually, another instance they can be quite useful in, though, is if somebody starts teeing off, because
it's a little bit of protection, I suppose.
Exactly. You can, oh no, I would have taken the catch, but it hit the umbrella. We had one last year. I think it was possibly Matthew Waite from Worcestershire who hit one behind us.
Well, that's a big blow.
To the roof, and it went down off the roof and landed somewhere near us.
Labuschagne leaving. And the over 56 for 1 in reply to 179. Yeah, I think we had a bit of a near miss at Bristol when BBC Radio Wales or BBC Sport Wales had a commentary position one down from the BBC Radio Bristol one.
On the balcony.
On the balcony, and David Miller, Glamorgan's South African batter, I think it must have been 2017 when Glamorgan got the finals day, and he drilled one literally about a yard over our heads. Luckily didn't break anything.
Oh, inside edge and off pad, squirts down to fine leg. Root will be content to be up the other end safely. That's actually quite a nice, I thought, place to commentate from, that position down there. We were there quite a lot last year.
At Bristol?
Yeah, they took the last row of seats out in front of us, and you could get a bit of ambience, which you can't always get with our sealed room on the top floor.
Yes, you certainly get the feel of the 2020 evening out.
Yes. Possibly more so for Championship cricket than for T20 then, but yes, tend to be up in the usual box for T20s. Nice drive and a good hand from Zaman Akhtar. Needed to be stopped because I'm not sure that Singhdale was getting across from mid-off. They've got quite a wide mid-off in that position that you so often see when you've got people in the cordon trying to hedge your bets between mid-off and cover and try and cut off as much of the angle as you can. And Akhtar being made to wait by Labuschagne, who's just redoing his grip. Short ball, he's not controlled it, and it's caught at deep square. Huge moment potentially. Marnus Labuschagne has gone, the short ball has worked again. It was an awkward catch out at deep square. Ben Charlesworth, the man coming in, just taking it off the floor. I thought he might not get there for a moment. Labuschagne punches his chewing gum away, and he's gone for 19. Glamorgan 57 for 2.
Yeah, Labuschagne seemed to be trying to keep that hook under control, as it were, but didn't do so. It felt if he'd gone rather harder at it, might have benefited him. But he's gone for 19. 57 for 2. And Akhtar will be delighted with that star wicket.
He's been a man for the star wicket this season as Zaman Akhtar. He got rid of both Joe Root and Harry Brook in the opening game as part of that 5-wicket haul that he took. And now he has the scalp of Marnus Labuschagne. Admittedly not perhaps with the best deliveries bowled, but equally, again, we've seen that shots off the back foot have not been the easiest. And like you say, he just seemed to get caught in two minds as to whether he wanted to keep it down or just hit it all the way, ended up halfway house, and so often that is where you pay the price. Kieran Carlson to face. Gloucestershire have got exactly what they'd have wanted after tea with the early wicket. They know they must keep making inroads with just 122 runs to play with. Akhtar starting off with one down the leg side, which has been a wicket-taking strategy. Well, I say strategy, I mean whether deliberately or not.
I'm sure Dan Dowthwaite will tell you that it was deliberate on his part.
And Andy Gorvin. But in case you weren't with us earlier, Ben Charlesworth caught down the leg side, looking to clip the ball fine. Graham van Buren swivelling on a pull shot, helping Dowthwaite into the gloves of Cook. Carlson won't get a run as he picks out Singhdale at mid-on at the end of a successful over from Zaman Akhtar, as for the second time in this Glamorgan innings the short ball proves the Glamorgan batters undoing 57 for 2. But also we saw James Bracey looking to flick a ball from Andy Gorvin, which was swinging into him and then was going on to miss leg stump. Just catch the bottom of the thigh pad and trickle back up. I say trickle, it went quite quickly actually back onto the stumps. And I think of all of those three, I'd have to say that is the most unlucky, because you can't expect that to happen. As much as you'd say, yeah, you'd like to get some bat on it, you're not expected to get out off a ball that's missing leg stump like that.
I mean, I'm sure Gloucestershire will be looking to up the volume in the field, but it's just felt overall slightly low key compared to past visits here for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
The crowd not as big as it has been. The home supporters not having much to cheer about in the first half of the day anyway, although it has been quite a decent fight back from Gloucestershire really. 88 for 8 to 179 all out, and then a couple of early-ish wickets. Gloucestershire will have hopes of getting back somewhere towards parity this evening if they bowl well in these remaining couple of hours, weather permitting, or light permitting. Nicely placed by Root, and they'll be back for a couple of runs. Picked up just inside the boundary by Actor. Lobs it to his skipper Van Buren. Not quite sure why the exclamation that time from De Lange, since it came off pretty much the middle of Root's bat.
Yeah, we were discussing this in the match-up at Scarborough in terms of when did all this start for just anything, like a regulation leave outside the off-stump is still, I don't know when that began. Good footwork.
It's a long way down.
I don't know. I can't remember watching cricket necessarily before it, but there's no way they'd have been doing that, back in the day, as they like to say.
Well, your day's more recent than my day.
I don't know.
28 overs potentially remain this evening. Half-6 finish.
I still think we might need some lighter cloud than we've got at the moment. Really get all those overs in, and really with the amount of time left in the game as well, it's not as though Gloucestershire would be particularly likely to say, yeah, all right, we'll toil a bit with Van Buren and Price. They'd want to bowl their seamers.
Had an inquiry in social media as to why De Lange habitually bats so low. Well, I suppose it's hit and miss process for De Lange, isn't it?
Yeah, he does have 2 ducks this season as well, and his first innings in Gloucestershire colours was a duck at Cardiff last year as well.
I mean, I can recall him batting up the order a bit in T20 for Glamorgan. I don't know if he has so far for Gloucestershire.
Yes, well actually they sent him in as a bit of a pinch hitter at Hove this season, and I think he was out first ball.
Well, it's quite a credible policy in T20, isn't it? To stick to someone up the order who can hit over the top in the first few overs if necessary, or promote him in the closing overs of an innings.
Yeah, that was what happened that time. And essentially it was in a situation where De Lange coming in and then coming off for a few overs was a shot to nothing. And I think probably Gloucestershire would say that when De Lange came in, they were probably still hoping that the likes of Taylor and Actor, who have played longer innings than De Lange in terms of particularly balls faced, but actually in terms of runs as well, as that's a beauty from Zaman Actor, who should have his tail up after dismissing Arnes Labuschagne. But Actor's coming off a career best 70, so he is bound to come in ahead of De Lange. He's not just scored that 70 this year, Actor. He had a game at Hove against the Sussex attack, which has been very good this season. Made 66 runs across both innings there without being dismissed. Down leg side, terrific take from Bracey. I thought that was going to beat him. One-handed grab down the leg side. Does mean that it's a maiden from Actor. And then Matt Taylor, whose batting has certainly come on. He got his career best in T20 cricket earlier this season, but his first class career best is not that far in the rear view mirror. Last year at Derby, 57 not out.
Gloucestershire's bowlers have mostly been pretty tidy. Only Ajit Singh Dale has really gone for more than 2 and over. Morgan making hard work of this response. So it'll be interesting to hear in the post-play interviews what the players' assessment of the wicket is. Good evening to Stuart Harrison, former Glamorgan player and dad of Glamorgan assistant coach David, who's following our commentary poolside in Fuerteventura, the Canaries. Hoping for a big first innings lead. You can hope, David. Or Stuart, rather. But it is very hard work at the moment.
I'm sure it's warmer where you are than it is here. That is got to be for certain.
Usually is in Fuerteventura, very nice part of the world where I usually quite often try and get a week in the winter.
Oh, right. Can be quite windy there, can it?
Well, yes, that's the name of the island, basically.
Right. My sort of picture is that where they have the airport out on almost stilts into the sea? Is it that one, or is that another one of those islands?
I think there must be another one.
Yeah. Anyway, it's
something of a land for windsurfers recommended. Not that I'm among them.
I mean, there was a... I couldn't tell, it was so far in the distance, either a microlight or a hang glider over there. Somebody had used Cleve Hill and taken off from there in a hang glider or something, but we ever fancied that?
Not hugely. There's the edge. Billy Root has to go for a battling 21. Marchant de Lange strikes against his old side, 59 for 3. And Gloucestershire have indeed gone bang bang. And Glamorgan's hopes of any sort of significant first innings lead look not too bright at the moment.
Kind of looked like that was on the cards, really. It did that a good, 4 times at least, that sort of cut shot that it was almost neither forward nor back to, and then trying to sort of slash at it, really, without much foot movement into the, weight not really going into the ball nor laying back and allowing you to play it behind square. And it may just be, again, just that bit of variation in the surface. It'll again be interesting to hear what the Gloucestershire and Glamorgan players make of the surface, whether that's what they're seeing as well, that it's tricky to pick up those sorts of deliveries. But again, it's back of a length rather than full of a length that has worked for Gloucestershire, whereas it was bowling full mostly, particularly that got Van der Guchten his rewards this morning. Exactly what Gloucestershire would have wanted. Carlson and North East in, both on naught.
Up and running straight away, Sam Northeast. Had a poor match with the bat against Northants last time out, being dismissed for 4 in each innings. Having had a good match up at Leicester, 102 for once out in the last match of the first block, and of course started the season with that ground record at Lord's. Shouts to the Gloucestershire fielders echoing round the Cheltenham College ground. 61 for 3.
So we haven't actually had a slip catch yet. Very nearly had one earlier on, one that just fell short of Labuschagne, that it was impossible to tell. Labuschagne, I think, being pretty honest and not celebrating it too hard, and it was given not out. Flipped away slightly in the air, work to do for long leg to get round, and excellently done by Marchand de Lange, having just finished a wicket taking over. Saves even a second run being had there. Carlson underway. But Bracey with the catch there, meaning 6 of the 11 wickets to have fallen have been caught by the wicket keeper. In some ways, maybe quite fortunate that all of those have carried. We've seen quite a lot of deliveries already fall short of the keeper. I think there's been a bit more in this. Well, he says, stating the bleeding obvious after looking at the scores, but there's been more in this, I think, than there was last year. It's still not perhaps as quick as I think Cheltenham has been at times in the past, but given where we are in the match, did we even have 13 wickets fall in this fixture last year? It's been pretty close to not having.
It took a long time, didn't it? We had basically three days worth of play, didn't we? Trying to think. Gloucestershire certainly weren't bowled out. Glamorgan was 6 down. Gloucestershire was 6 down. Yeah, 12 wickets over the 3 days.
Right. So we have already had more. I remember that really farcical end to the Gloucestershire innings, if I remember rightly, when Zafar Gohar hit a ball high down the ground that he thought was sailing away for 6 to end the innings. And then the ball plugged. And I think they only ran about 1 for a ball that nearly made the boundary, hit towards the chapel.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Actor in bowls and a back of a length delivery, and I've gone into radio commentary. It's taken until until this time. Oh dear. Late in the day.
Yeah, Glamorgan got maximum batting points. Gloucestershire got 4 out of the 5. Both sides getting 2 bowling points. Then we needed a bit of nonsense on the final day, didn't we?
The over 8 business,
Gloucestershire to get their over 8.
That's right.
Back up from -4. They had all the spinners in Glamorgan's brief second innings. Here, Glamorgan's first innings is struggling, stalling badly. 62 for 3, plays 179 for the home side. England women winning by 8 wickets in the end at Worcester against New Zealand. Maya Boucher got 100 not out exactly off 88 balls as England reached 142 for 2.
She certainly enjoyed her time against New Zealand recently. Had a big series down in New Zealand over the winter, staking her claim to the top order spot.
Carlson fortunate there, I think, looking to leave. chopping it down into the slips. Western Storm were well beaten by 7 wickets away to Southern Vipers at Hove.
But at least they don't ever have to play them again. Unless it's resurrected in another overhaul in 10 years' time.
Just surprised they didn't try and use some of the women's branding of the existing teams when mutating into the 100 teams. Hey-ho. Wouldn't like to be facing Marchant de Lange, well, in any weather, but particularly in these gloomy conditions. Carlson on the defensive.
Speaking of the 100, Marchant de Lange has been picked up in the 100, the wild card section of the draft, so Gloucestershire will be losing David Payne and Marchant de Lange in their one-day cup campaign, which, you know, could potentially, losing de Lange, be quite important. Be probably the quickest bowler in the competition, or one of anyway.
Flicked away by Carlson, shouts of catch it, but he got a reasonable good bat on that one, wide of Bracey. Down to a fairly fine leg though, and tossed back by one of the hardy souls in one of those hospitality areas.
Yeah, I can see they're all huddled up now, the spectators in that stand towards the chapel. Not the most comfortable of viewing conditions. Oh, somebody's off already.
Carlson would have faced de Lange plenty in the nets. Carlson made his debut as a young man back in 2016. De Lange played for Glamorgan between 2017 and 2020. Before a couple of seasons down the M5.
Yes, it was a bit tricky for him there really, because they ended up having 3 overseas players. Peter Siddle was, in a way, the initial thinking seemed to be that Siddle would be more red ball and de Lange would be more white ball, but Siddle kind of ended up elbowing de Lange out.
Yes, he left Glamorgan after a change of regulations, which meant he could no longer be classified as a domestic player, which he was at some stage. And while Glamorgan were happy to have him as a domestic player, they decided at the time that his performances were not quite good enough to justify one of the overseas spots. .66 for 3, still 113 in arrears. And the issue of first innings lead is not a settled one.
Singdale returning from the chapel end, replacing Zaman Akhtar, who took that key wicket of Marnus Labuschagne just a couple of overs after the tea break. Northeast flicks to deep backward square. There's 2 fielders behind square on the boundary, on the onside, and deep third, he says confidently, having not actually seen him, but yes, he's still down there. Matt Taylor doing a bit of limbering up. If this game is advancing, then some of the other games in Division 2, Middlesex 46 for 5 in reply to Leicestershire's 179. And Northamptonshire 88 for 6 in reply to Sussex's 143. Driven, and Singdale can't stop it. Just a pleasant push drive down the ground. It won't quite have the legs though, as Akhtar gets into the slide, and once again It wasn't a particularly hard throw, but just getting the ball in the air to stop them from taking 3. But you kind of, I mean, it's been that sort of a season for Sussex. I would have had my money on Northamptonshire not getting much of a first innings lead, just because that's tended to be the way that things have gone, despite that astonishing onslaught from Louis Kimber. They still managed to win even despite that.
Yeah.
History-making innings on so many counts. Still had the belief that they could win it. A lot of sides, if you'd have got that close with that sort of innings being played, probably have thought, well, Cox and Kimber are probably going to see this off, but Sussex once again finding a way to take the final few wickets, as they did against Yorkshire with only a few runs to play with. I think they beat Yorkshire by something like 22. And they've just had that knack this year. Beautifully punched through the gap, and that will be 4. Carlson beginning to get his innings going. 89 for 7, Northamptonshire. Bowled Sussex out for 143, and look like they might be in a substantial first innings deficit with not a great deal of batting to come. Ben Sanderson's out in the middle at the moment, and then they've got Rafi Weatherall and Jack White to come, not the strongest of tales.
Strange mentioning Sussex. Glamorgan's only win, and a comfortable win. 9 wickets inside 3 days, and it's a good job that they did finish that in 3 days, because it rained on the 4th day, and there was actually a thunderstorm around about the tea interval on the 3rd day, and the Glamorgan ground staff helped their side win the game, really, because they did manage to get it mopped up incredibly quickly. Started play an hour after a thunderstorm.
Carlson again going decisively back deep in his crease. At the end of Singdale's come back over. Again, Glamorgan have managed to score at a pretty decent rate off Singdale so far. 73 for 3. It's a bit bizarre scorecard as well, looking at even closer at that Northamptonshire card. Vasconcelos made 33 from 23 balls, and Prithvi Shaw made 31 from 22 balls. And those are the only two to have made double figures, and they've both done it in double quick time. And once again, it's not actually just been Ollie Robinson who's been doing the damage. Again, Charlesworth being kept pretty busy at backward points off the bowling of Marchand de Lange. 3 wickets for Nathan McAndrew for Sussex in that innings, who's the hero of, in the end, that extraordinary game against Leicestershire, in which Louis Kimber broke Ben Stokes' record for the most number of sixes in a county championship innings, fastest double ton. $100 balls. Cut away, Charlesworth, more work to do, but I'm not sure he's quite going to get there, is he? He's not. He went into the slide, but the ball had too much pace on it. Does go quickly down that hill. And in such a relatively low scoring game, even the beginnings of a partnership like this, already in the space of a few overs, just starts to get Gloucestershire thinking, yeah, we could do with getting rid of these two in short order. More runs behind square on the offside. Charlesworth sent out to the boundary at deep point, but again doing a good job of finding the gaps so far, these two, Carlson and North East. Taylor continuing to limber at mid-on. Ben Stokes has a wicket in the game at Chesley Street. Durham bowled out for 190, with Stokes making 56, top scoring. Worcestershire 69 for 2 in reply. Struck on the pad, but it looks, at least from square of the wicket and the way that the ball's come off, that it's probably going down the leg side. You'll have had a better view than we did. Terrific recovery from Warwickshire, 265 for 7 now against Somerset, having been 145 for 6. North East bat and pad quite close together, but yet more runs towards deep backward point. And another productive over for Glamorgan, 80 for 3. They've got the deficit down into double digits. And it is pretty gloomy here. I don't think the umpires would quite yet say to Gloucestershire that it's getting a bit too dark to bowl your quicks, but I reckon probably if you're Glamorgan, you're trying to put it in the umpires' minds that it started to get a bit tricky to see. And they're only going to get a single here. That's excellent work from DeLange around the boundary. I thought there must be 2 there. Bat on to pad from North East. A man who, in the last game between these two counties in T20 cricket, set a record for the lowest score batting through a T20 innings in the T20 Blast, but could very easily have won the game for his side had he not put Josh Shaw down off the penultimate ball. And Gloucestershire supporters, I'm sure, will be able to remember what happened next.
Gloucestershire 179, 81 for 3.
The other games taking place, notably in the game between Surrey and Essex. Jamie Smith, who's just been named as the keeper for the first men's test of the summer. He's 63 not out. Ben Folkes was out for 7. 3 wickets for Ethan Bosch for Essex. Short ball hooked high in the air towards DeLange, who's got hands on it, but it's gone over the rope for 6. He was right back on the rope, DeLange. I don't know whether he would feel that there was much more he could have done. I mean, he did get 2 hands on it. Possibly will feel he could have clung on.
I think he'd probably, to be fair, have gone over the boundary backwards, even if he had held on to that one.
It's so hard to tell when you're not right over there.
He's, one of the tallest players. Not as tall as Bo Webster, but one of the tallest players in this Gloucestershire side. And that was a tremendous effort in front of the scoreboard. I'm not sure if we can put it down as a drop chance even.
He's sort of rehearsing it, like leaning back further, but
only just got enough on it, Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, a bit of pad on it, and then had to make sure he got back into his ground, as I think he was thinking that might go for some leg byes, and ended up in the gloves of Bracey. He just gave a little clap towards De Lange. I mean, he would have had a much better view than we did as to exactly where De Lange was on the ropes. Did kind of burst through the hands, but he was falling over backwards. He's still rehearsing it down there. Insult to injury is it's gone for 6. Nicely deflected this time by Carlson. He will keep the strike at the end of that over. 88 for 3. Jamie Smith certainly showing why he was picked in terms of his batting form. I suppose the people who are certainly in the Ben Folkes for England camp would say, well, if Jamie Smith is going to keep wicket for England, then why is he not keeping wicket for Surrey? Because Ben Folkes has got the gloves.
You saw Smith perform well with the bat in the T20 in Cardiff, Surrey's top scorer.
Yeah, he's had a terrific. In fact, I think he's probably been Surrey's best T20 bat this season. Some of their top order guns haven't necessarily been firing, but Jamie Smith certainly has been. I don't think anybody's questioning Smith's quality with the bat. I think he's been regarded for quite a while as one of the next cabs off the rank as far as England are concerned. He looks a fantastic player. We'll see how he gets on with the gloves. Taylor back.
That was possibly the most optimistic shout of catch it of the day, as the ball was in the air for probably a quarter of the way to square leg.
Also looking at England watch, Dylan Pennington, 17 overs, 1 for 35 for Nottinghamshire against Lancashire, who are 208 for 5, a century for Keaton Jennings. Continues to churn the runs out. James Vince approaching another 100 for Hampshire against Kent. Hampshire 190 for 3. Runs also for Ben Brown, who's 54 not out.
Nice shot from Carlson, pushed through the offside. Be a couple of runs here. Spectacular piece of fielding on the far boundary. Keeps them down to 2.
Miles Hammond, who is certainly one of, but probably in terms of this side, the quickest across the ground. Can pull off some spectacular pieces of fielding on the boundary.
As we saw Labuschagne do earlier on, it was the stop at full stretch and then the throw seemingly in the same movement. 90 for 3. Carlson almost squared up there. Wasn't where he was looking to play it. Breeze just getting up a little bit in the vicinity of the camera.
It's in a rather precarious position, peeping over the top of the sight screen, that camera.
Up at the chapel end. 2 off the over. 20 overs remaining tonight. Glamorgan still 89 runs in arrears. So looks unlikely that they will be into the lead this evening if they do get that far.
We do have this large black umbrella over us, which provides a slightly darker view of things than you might get, but it does feel as if it's not that far off already, being a case where the umpires might start to think about having a look at that light meter. And of course they know that if it's always the first day, if you get bad light on the first day, you want to, we'd like to hope you want to wait just that little bit longer, because that's then the reading that you've got to use for the rest of the match. Have been matches, including that Northamptonshire game here, where you felt that the base level was set at such that really you would struggle to get a huge amount of cricket in on most of the days, and the game was finished in light probably quite similar to this, where it just seemed as though the umpires said, well, both sides clearly want to play, both sides want to win in order to stay up. Oh, that's well bowled by Singdale. I know we're square of the wicket, but looked like a pretty rapid delivery. Punched away, well stopped by Charlesworth at cover. He ended up stopping it and then diving on top of the ball, which can be uncomfortable, but he'll see his rewards in terms of the fact that the scoreboard is still saying the same score. Short ball, this time controlled, and that will possibly have the umpires feeling a bit more twitchy as well, because the deep backward square leg fielder ran in the wrong direction. Don't think he would have got there anyway, because it was hit quite a way in front of square, but indications that it's not easy for the fielders to see.
Well, as you said earlier, there are so many dark patches of background on this ground, aren't there? And this gymnasium building is probably one of them, with little members stand in front of us.
Another fiery delivery from Singdale, but North East deadening the impact. And 30 overs gone in this. Glamorgan reply, 94 for 3. Past the halfway mark in terms of knocking the runs off.
Dog down there in the players and coaches enclosure.
Oh, it's Kirk Russell, the physio's dog. He's getting some exercise this morning. as you'd imagine. I mean, you could have easier dogs' lives than than being a physio's dog. Morning weights. Yeah.
Off the inside part of the bat from Carlson, but safe enough towards square leg. Matt Taylor claimed the first wicket to fall, that of Eddie Byram. Caught miss-hooking, as was Labuschagne. Root caught behind. Methodist dismissal, which accounted for 5 of Gloucestershire's batters. 2 of them down leg side. Carlson finding a gap on the offside. Should be a couple here. In fact, there's 4. Raced away down the slope. Nicely timed from Carlson, using the pace of the ball, playing it square of the wicket. 98 for 3.
We haven't had any sunshine, but it does seem, maybe just with that early morning moisture possibly going, just does seem to be running even quicker down that hill now than it was.
Playing a miss from Carlson. Well, batters have struggled really to get going today, haven't they? Gloucestershire's last wicket pair still with the biggest stand of the day, thanks to the brawn and the good eye of De Lange and Singdale. And apart from Gloucestershire's 10 and Jack, their highest score was Hammond's 21. Morgan, a similar pattern, Byram 12, Labuschagne 19, Root 21. Carlson on 24 not out. Well timed, but skipper Van Buren quickly across to prevent any runs there. Good take from Bracey, off the pad from Carlson as he looked to turn it down leg side. One scoring shot in the over, that was a boundary though. 98 for 3. That's 18 overs remaining, doesn't it, Bid? Maybe it's just my brain wandering. Didn't think it had changed at the end of the over. 18 overs remain on the board.
Yep. And Webster is back. Well, 2 overs just before the tea break from the Chapel end, but he's coming back from the College lawn end, replacing Singdale. 8 overs for 44 has been expensive, although 6 of them very nearly turned into a wicket. Had either De Lange's buckets just clung on, or the rope been back all of a matter of inches. North East unable to beat a sprawling Charlesworth at mid-wicket. I'd be interested to see how Webster bowls here. You'd imagine, given that there's been movement, just a bit of movement out there for most of the day, that possibly Webster might be the bowler to find it. He was the bowler that got the most movement up at Scarborough last week out of the Gloucestershire bowlers. And also with his height, even though he would be certainly the slowest of the Gloucestershire seamers in terms of speed, still might be able to cause the sorts of problems that we see particularly the demise of Billy Root in terms of what height is it going to come through at, dug into the pitch. He's not perhaps your archetypal Australian seamer as Webster, maybe in terms of build, but he does like to pitch it up and swing it. Bang.
Beautiful
has
timing.
Been hit rather beautifully by Northeast through extra cover for 4. Extra cover drive right out of the textbook that brings up Glamorgan's 100.
32nd over, so Gloucestershire certainly not allowing Glamorgan to get away. Just over 3 runs and over.
This partnership now worth 43. Beginning to be a little dangerous for Gloucestershire.
Batting to come for Glamorgan. Chris Cook next in, averaging 33. Dan Douthwaite averaging 35, but on a fairly small sample. Van der Hoogten looked tidy with the bat last time. Crane, Gorvin and McIlroy.
That was almost perfect, that barking for who let the dogs out.
Carlson on the defensive, filled it at point. Price just beginning to stretch, or is he just trying to keep himself warm, I wonder?
Possibly.
Carlson finding a little gap, but there's a man on the rope at deep backward point, so it's just a single.
I mean, they put Price on first at Scarborough, but then there were 2 left-handers in. And in the end, it took Graham van Buren bringing himself on and then actually not taking the new ball when everybody expected that they would have to take the new ball to try and break that Lythe and Bean partnership. And then on came van Buren in his second over when everybody expected that he would just have the one before the new ball. He had another and got the wicket. probably whilst that sort of thing is still happening, you'd imagine just be looking to go with pace. But again, already down to 2 slips and thinking about catches, couple on the leg side, one close-ish at extra cover. Mind you, actors moving back towards square leg now.
Ollie Price doing the fielding.
I'm sure he'd be very enthusiastic if called upon, Ollie Price. Certainly somebody that likes to be involved in the game.
Game meandering a little bit at the moment, but first innings lead by no means assured for Glamorgan, although they'd be favourites now, just 76 runs in arrears.
Yeah, meandering suits Glamorgan more than it does Gloucestershire at this stage.
Good piece of fielding there at point. Prevents North East from adding to his 19 not out. 103 for 3. 16 overs remain of the day's play. Expect me to wait that long, says the physio's hound.
Suspect he'll be busy after the close of play today. Side comes in from the cold. Cut and really well stopped. Zaman Akhtar this time at cover. Taylor might have got around. He's fielding at deep backward point. More good fielding in the ring. There's no fielder down at third at the moment.
Ooh.
So that area is there for the scoring. There's also no fielder at fine leg. I mean, it's very much at least a long leg. DeLanger on the boundary down there.
Yeah, they're relying on Webster to bowl straight, aren't they?
I mean, usually it's something that you can rely on, and when he bowls in the T20 as well, it tends to be what he does. Looks to keep it fairly simple, really. Just target the stumps. Strangled shout, but certainly look to be leg side-ish even from this position.
England a goal down to Slovakia.
Well, maybe that's why some of them headed off as well.
Yes, forgotten that was a 5 o'clock kickoff.
Oh, there's a noise there. Yeah, finger raised. North East, I think, was walking anyway. It's another catch behind, and Bo Webster has his first wicket. He felt he might just be able to get the sort of movement that we saw Glamorgan getting, and North East has gone big scalp that for Gloucestershire just as that partnership was threatening to get close to their total. Bracey's second catch, well caught. Glamorgan 104 for 4.
Well, it's a strange day's play, isn't it? Lots of players getting in on the Gloucestershire side, but failing to go on. And Glamorgan, everyone has got a little start at least, and no one has gone on to convert. A day of tumbling wickets. 14 gone already, and still the best part of an hour left for play.
Ben Charlesworth's already doing some shadow batting at the striker's end, if he thinks that he might be batting again sooner rather than later. I don't imagine he thinks he's going to be batting this evening, but stranger things have happened, I suppose.
It is. Well, as I say, there was Morgan Gloucestershire Championship game here that ended inside 2 days inside the last decade. Won comfortably by Gloucestershire.
Chris Cook, the new man. 4 in the cordon. You kind of wonder almost whether, I don't know that this will necessarily happen, because I think it's still been the case that the majority of wickets have fallen due to shots being played. But does somebody like a Douthwaite or a Van der Huchten just come in and think, well, Gloucestershire had their greater success in terms of De Lange and Singdale when they tried to play a few shots? Is it just one of those where you play a few shots and hope it comes off for a bit? There's an edge on that as well. He's gone. Double strike for Webster and for Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 5 down, and it's just taken that one over to swing the pendulum again. Webster 2 for 6 from 4 overs. Cook gone for a second bowler, 104 for 5.
Probably just about needed to play it, but played slightly down the wrong line. Significant edge. Neither decision too difficult for umpire Naeem Ashraf in that over. And, well, game back towards 50-50. And this has been a really strong Gloucestershire fight back since the lunch interval when they were in such dire straits.
Double wicket maiden as well for Webster as that wicket falls off the last ball of the over, and it ends with a wow.
Well, I've put in a request for Tim van der Huchten to do the close of play interview, to no one's surprise at all after his 5-wicket haul, but might be talking to him about his batting performance as well as his bowling at this rate. And Gloucestershire, bizarrely, still have hopes of a first innings lead. And it doesn't look like there are going to be any batting points in this game.
Yeah, doesn't look as though there are going to be many batting points for the whole division.
Early results likely all round. Nicely timed by Carlson, but straight to mid-on. Fielded by De Lange.
It's one of those things, isn't it, where so often the low-scoring, quick-moving games are the most compelling to watch, and yet they don't last for as long. And people go, oh, well, all these wickets falling. I was hoping to, come and watch some cricket on day 4, whereas almost a guaranteed day 4 cricket.
Cut away by Carlson, single down to the point boundary.
Sometimes then you have to go too far the other way and you end up with games like we had here last year between these two sides, where 450 plays 450 or whatever, and it just isn't going anywhere. Cascades of wickets have fallen all around the country. Sussex are already batting again, having bowled Northamptonshire out for 97. So they were bowled out this morning, well, this afternoon actually, for 143. And they've ended up with a 46-run lead on first innings and a 19 for 1.
Oof.
And that's at Northampton, not generally a place that's seen as a bowler's paradise.
Douthwaite coming back into the championship side as a T20 regular, but played the first 3 games, suffered a minor injury which meant he was unable to bowl for a week or two. Didn't get back in as a batter. But now batting responsibility upon him. Knocks it towards square leg. There is a single there despite Actor's diving stop.
Could be a similar situation in the Leicestershire-Middlesex game. Leicestershire all out for 179 as Gloucestershire were. Middlesex are 81 for 7. 4 wickets for Ben Green, who's back on loan to Leicestershire. I said last week they're more Loanstershire than Leicestershire these days, but Ben Mike, who is a permanent signing, 3 for 18. They've still got Goldsworthy there on loan as well, so they've got 2 temporary loanees, 1 permanent loanee, and then actually this time they don't have Messrs Hanscom and Mulder playing for them as well.
Yeah, Glamorgan have got Mason Crane on what is nominally a year's loan, but Glamorgan coach Grant Bradburn has said that talks have started with a view to making it a permanent signing for next year, and since Crane's already played more championship cricket for Glamorgan than he did in the last couple of seasons combined for Hampshire, you would assume that if the money is anywhere near, then Crane would want to stay based in Cardiff.
Why do I smell sort of clean laundry? It smells like the back of a laundromat at the moment.
Perhaps there's a machine somewhere near. There's a gym, so there's clothes being made dirty. So presumably they have to be made clean again.
Webster looking to follow up his double wicket maiden. So it's been pretty pedestrian here, really. 15 wickets in the day so far. We've had 21 at Northampton, 17 at Grace Road, and 15 at Chesterfield.
Delights of the British climate. A couple of scorching days last week.
Actually, here's the other thing. Warwickshire are the only side with the batting points so far across both divisions.
Oof.
Warwickshire 303 for 7, although Hampshire will get there at some point. 220 for 3. I don't think there's going to be any batting points at Chesterley Street. Lancashire have lost a couple of wickets, 228 for 6. Surrey 170 for 5, so might get 1, but I mean, you know what Surrey are like. They're probably somebody from numbers 10 and 11 will get a 50 for them, but still. Jamie Smith still there, 86 not out.
You were talking about whether someone might have to have a go. Well, it'll be interesting to see where Douthwaite goes.
Yes.
Because certainly he's the sort of player who, by temperament, would want to get on with things. But on the other hand, there have been noticeable signs this season that he's looking to rein in his championship batting and play a more responsible, proper knock, as it were.
England Yorker potentially there, Webster.
England still 1 down against Slovakia in the Euros. Last 16 tie. Game approaching the 40-minute mark.
Douthwaite certainly at the moment giving off signs that he's not thinking, as you say, in terms of quick counter-attack here. I guess also just if you're coming in with scores pretty close to being level, he might feel he's not got that much to lose and actually got a lot to gain by going on the counter-attack, whereas at this point, if he were to get out now, then there's quite a lot to lose.
Yeah, 73 behind Glamorgan still. First innings lead being fought for, despite Gloucestershire's earlier predicament. 13 overs left for play tonight. Should the light last. Carlson will get a single down to the deep point here. Actor with the key wicket of Labuschagne. Switched ends since then.
No, that's it. It's coat time. I've waited this long. Bringing in the big guns.
Yes, it's a rare occasion where I don't have a sweater or two parked in the car. Douthwaite on the defensive. Results in the Hey-Ho Flint Trophy. We told you earlier that Western Storm were defeated by Southern Vipers by 7 wickets. The Blaze easily defeated South East Stars by 133 after DLS calculations. Northern Diamonds beat Central Sparks by 4 wickets. And Lancashire Thunder need a further 32 off just 3.4 overs with their last pair together, so that's looking somewhat unlikely against the Sunrisers. Seren Smale, one of the few Welsh players in that competition, made 32 opening for Lancashire.
I think it's quite funny that you had 2 S Smales.
Yes.
And they're completely unrelated.
They are.
Both in the same England under-19 side a couple of winters ago.
From opposite parts of Wales, and have known each other for some years. Not, I think, through tennis as well as cricket.
Oh, right.
Strange shot from Douthwaite, chopping it away down towards backward point.
I thought he was trying to leave it at one stage.
So, yeah, I think we're going to have to put up with this sort of weather for the next few days, by the look of it.
Yes, it's safe to say I should be bringing more than one jumper tomorrow.
It's a shame they're about half the size of me, otherwise Carlson with a rather flat-footed drive at that, looking for a square drive as he demonstrates afterwards, but making no contact.
It's an interesting way that Paul Baldwin signals the end of the over, just sort of puts his arm out in front of him as if to say, calm down everyone.
Enough. Yep, tomorrow temperatures, well, according to the Met Office, up to 20 degrees, but feeling like 17.
I've had this before on this very balcony about that. How do they know what it feels like? About 5 degrees at the moment. I bet they'll tell me it feels like, 15 or something. It really doesn't.
It is a strange figure, isn't it? I have no idea, as you say.
I think it's sort of, humidity and wind direction, that sort of thing, try and factor it in. But, I mean...
Nasty little chill. People will have been fooled by last week's weather into expecting a British summer.
No, I've had it with that feels like temperature. I think it was actually maybe even during that day when it was 30. Well, I think it only got to about, got to about 36 here in the end, when it was supposed to be more like 40, 41. It was on that day when it was sort of trying to tell you what it felt like. Oh, Gloucestershire going up for this, and there goes the finger as well. Webster strikes again, and the leg side strangle claims another victim. And Webster has taken 3 quick wickets to put Gloucestershire in a position that at 88 for 8 at lunch they would have not perhaps been able to believe. 108 for 6, still trailing by 71 runs. Glamorgan, I suppose, cruel irony as well that it is Douthwaite who is the one who is caught down the leg side, having taken a couple of wickets in that fashion himself.
He didn't want to look at the umpire then. Whether he knew it had hit it or didn't think he had, I'm not sure. But Van der Hoogten, the bowling hero of this morning, can he become the batting hero for Glamorgan as he wanders out to the middle?
The batter for Glamorgan, number 64, Tim Van der Hoogten.
Well, in the game between these two sides at Cardiff at the start of last year, he opened the batting. It was one of those situations at the end of day one, I think, where there was, I think, something like 1 over left in the day. I don't think it was much more than that. I think it was just the 1 over, so he sent out Van der Hoogten to face, knowing that he was the only one that could be out.
Correct.
And then
you've got a good memory.
Zaffer got him the next morning. We were a bit surprised that they opened the bowling with Zaffer on the next morning, but Van der Hoogten skied one.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I barely remember what happened last week, let alone in first match of last season.
Got plenty of company as Van der Hoogten, as the Gloucestershire caterwauling continues behind him. Just taken another step closer, the Gloucestershire coordinate Bracey. Webster putting one in the block hole, as he likes to do every now and then. End of another excellent over from Webster. 6 overs, 3 for 6. And another wicket maiden. He's had a regular maiden, a wicket maiden, and earlier on a double wicket maiden. Felt he might be quite successful on this surface from what we saw in the first innings. And at the moment, so it's proving 108 for 6.
Again, it's not immediately obvious why people have struggled to get going today, but it is the case. Carlson's 27 not out is the highest score of any top order batter, and the simple see ball hit ball tactics of De Lange have proved the most successful of the day. Actor has been economical. Carlson will get at least one here. They'll look at the possibility and then decide against a second.
But Hammond at point 2 stayed down on the floor there just to make sure that the throw didn't hit him.
And Van der Hoogten is capable of blocking, but is it the best way for him to go? Elevated as high as number 7 last time out against Northants, responded with 41 and 27 not out, but not playing that one like a number 7, frankly. As he poked rather flat-footed as a ball outside off stump.
Was that De Lange? It's the one person on the ground who went, yay! Absolutely nobody else made any noise at all as that went past his edge.
It's the appeal from mid-on. And wideish outside. No shot from Van der Hoogten. But with 4 in the cordon, you might have thought that a bit of firm see ball, hit ball in the manner of De Lange might pay dividends for Glamorgan. No sign of it at the moment, as that one goes down leg side, acrobatically claimed by Bracey. And Goodman runs across from the square leg to offer the keeper congratulations on a good take.
He's only been on the field for a few deliveries.
He wants to get involved, wants to get on camera. .70 runs behind then, only 4 wickets left.
I guess the problem, again, it's similar to Douthwaite really, in that you sort of feel if they were, 8 or 9 down or something, then Van der Hoogten would have licence, but sort of encumbered a bit by the situation he's in out at number 8 almost, in terms of playing that counter-attacking role.
Concerted appeal. Mr. Baldwin not interested. Webster's figures on the scoreboard reading like a tennis score, 6-3, 6-3.
Ha! Very good. Wimbledon starting tomorrow.
Yes, at the time of year where you had a lot of sporting events competing for attention. Van der Hoogten just getting outside the line, I think, to survive that last LBW appeal. Was a decent shout.
I suppose it probably would have been the final of Eastbourne today. nicely played by Carlson, but Webster has quite the wingspan on him, so not the easiest man to get it past in his follow-through. Still 9 overs left in the day's play after this one.
Russian Daria Kasatkina won the women's title yesterday.
Safe to say she won't have done that with big serving.
I'm impressed by the depth of your knowledge.
It's the height differences. Van Buren walks back to talk to Webster there. Like I say, I mean, Webster's listed, I think, at the same height as Dom Goodman, but he just stands taller than Goodman.
What's he listed as then?
I think Webster's listed as, well, I think that is really irritating because Dom Goodman's mum told me exactly how tall he was. In fact, I think Webster is definitely 6'6".
Annoyingly, it's not in the Who's Who all play.
Must have signed too late.
Well, he's in there, but his height isn't.
Oh, I see. Driving Carlson, picking out cover.
Goodman's 6'5". In Who's Who.
Good. I did at least remember that. But yeah, he just. I mean, so there is an inch in it, but just somehow feels like more.
I'm pleased to see that Goodman's nickname is listed as Len.
Yes. He's laid into that one as Carlson, but there's protection on the deep point boundary in the form of Actor. I mean, there can't be too many sides around the country where Marchand de Lange would be probably the 3rd tallest member of the side.
Indeed.
Ben Charlesworth and Actor himself not short. And Ollie Price is over 6 foot. Oh, he's chopped that one through the onside in the end. As Van der Hugten, he's off the mark. And I suppose we have to say there's an expensive over from Bo Webster with 2 runs coming from it. 111 for 6.
He was looking on the offside there, Van der Hugten. Thick inside edge. England with it all to do in the Euros. 1 behind at half-time still. Here there are 9 overs remaining in the somewhat chilly and murky conditions. My final radio update of the day beckons.
Charlesworth nearly slipping there. He's taken a bit out of the surface as he fielded the ball at forward square leg. Turned away firmly, more work for Charlesworth to do as he slips again at mid-wicket. Having a laugh about it with umpire Naeem Ashraf.
Hello.
Certainly leaving a few marks for the ground staff to deal with. Houghton squeezing the ball behind square and taking a single. Certainly still looking as though he's wanted to take on that responsibility of seeing Carlson through to some sort of a score. Highest top order score in the match so far from Kieran Carlson on 29. Make that 30. How many more overs can Van Buren get out of Webster? This will be his 6th. He doesn't necessarily take a huge amount out of himself bowling, you would feel, but we'll see what the call is. Got his career best figures by Webster in first-class cricket in his second match for the county, 6 for 100 in the first innings against Derbyshire at Bristol. I suppose there's still a chance, or there's a chance he could better those. Well, that's a dismissive shot from Carlson through mid-on, down to the boundary. Stepped into that one.
Evening for Glamorgan. They're 117 for 6, still 62 runs behind Gloucestershire, who have bowled out for 179. And in the last hour, the Australian Bo Webster has claimed 3 quick wickets for the home side. Earlier, Tim van der Houghton was Glamorgan's bowling hero with 5 wickets as Gloucestershire made 179 all out. But Glamorgan, in reply with Kieran Carlson on 34 not out, they're 117 for 6 with 7 overs left to play tonight. Thank you, cheers, bye. Bye.
Plenty of room on the onside. Only mid-on saving the single, and a couple more runs will be added to the total as Bo Webster has overstepped.
Well, there's a lot of leg to fit in, isn't there?
Gosh, I shudder to think what size footwear he has. Probably fit 2 of my feet in there. Squirted that one towards long leg again, van der Houghton. Second time he's done that in his innings. He'll pinch the strike, 121 for 6. I wonder if that is it's going to be that for Webster. The other thing, potentially 3 overs left from that College lawn end. Might rather get somebody up for a 3-over spell rather than a 2-over one. Light still just about holding. Has got a bit brighter, but not a great deal over the last 10 minutes or so. Good job too from the point of view of getting these overs in. 7 left and Actor to bowl the first of them.
And Van der Hoogten watching it harmlessly by. Yes, it's a time of day when spectators are definitely heading for home.
Yes, it's a huge chunk of them have just left that Sanford Road stand.
Van der Hoogten doing well to get on top of that one. Sending the ball trickling down into the gully.
Yes, De Lange just reminded me, just in terms of bowler digging it into bowler, De Lange didn't really get much of an opportunity to have a go at sending a bouncer into Marnus Labuschagne after he'd received one in the first innings. It's a really Australian. Oh, nice. Bracey took that one from, well, actually it could have been either Webster or Bancroft. He's got both of them there for company.
That one wasn't off the middle, was it? Van der Hoogten hitting it, clothing it rather, to former teammate De Lange at mid-on. More chalk, please.
Admit, when that shot was played, I was rather expecting the ball to be thrown up in the air. It was just one of those that I don't actually know from side on exactly how close he got to it, probably close enough. You just expect that sort of a shot to be nicked, a real waft.
The runs here, or at least one, probably 2, if not 4. 2 it is in the end, as Van der Hoogten was comfortably back, and bowler Actor having to do some backing up as the throw eluded James Bracey. .123 for 6. Looks very much like we'll get 2 teams close or thereabouts to parity on first innings and then turn into a 1 innings game.
You would think so at this stage. I mean, there's still the potential with Carlson there that there could be another sizable partnership, but Gloucestershire would be pretty disappointed, I think, from 121 for 6 if it's not certainly close on first innings.
Starting change now at the College Chapel end. Bo Webster's figures: 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16. And try and keep that up.
What?
College Lawn number 90. Gosh,
Gosh.
So there's an admonition to keep it up.
I think what I heard. You seem to be suggesting that. Anyway, it's De Lange.
Very polite rah-rah, go Gloucestershire.
Who's coming back on 5 overs, 1 for 17, his figures Carlson in his sights. Perhaps not the quickest delivery that Marchand de Lange has ever bowled there first up, but Carlson finds mid-off with his drive. I suspect he'll be hoping to get another one like that. Much quicker second delivery from de Lange. Going to try and turn it back for 2, and not a clean pick-up at mid-wicket, but probably was 2 there anyway. Short ball, it's not controlled. Long legs underneath it. Catch taken. So Gloucestershire get Carlson, wicket number 7. And just as Glamorgan did before lunch, just extinguishing seemingly at that stage some Gloucestershire hopes, that wicket feels vital with still 5 and a bit overs remaining in the day. And the short ball claims another victim, with Hammond taking the catch down at long leg. They put one of their key fielders down there, expecting that there might be a catch. And de Lange has his second wicket. Glamorgan 1-2-5 for 7.
That one you felt just on Kieran Carlson a little bit quicker than he'd expected. Should have faced plenty of de Lange in the nets. As Mason Crane comes in at 9, and Gloucestershire, well, still retain hopes of bowling Glamorgan out tonight and getting a first innings lead by close of play.
Gorvin and McElroy to come after this. Marchand de Lange in gloomy conditions, with his tail up, having scored runs as well, key runs earlier in the day. Not a proposition that anybody would particularly fancy, I wouldn't suggest. Certainly not coming out for your first delivery in a position where you really were hoping, I'm sure, if you're Mason Crane, that you didn't have to bat today. 3 slips in a gully. Oh, he's had a little push at that as Mason Crane, understandably, rather tentative with his first ball there. Charlesworth in at leg gully. Nicely worked by Mason Crane, running the first one hard, and will get back on strike as well. Wonder what Van der Guchten does now. Maybe now that Carlson has gone, does Van der Guchten chance his arm?
Yeah, he's prodded around, doesn't he? 3 off 23 deliveries.
Hopeful expression of catch it from de Lange, but Crane hadn't nicked it. Excellent bowling from the man who has been Gloucestershire's strike weapon in the Championship this season. Leading wicket taker adds another one to his tally. 127 for 7 with 5 overs remaining. There are some more darker clouds coming over. I think we've done pretty well to get the cricket in that we have. It has been a bizarre day that saw a wicket fall off the second ball of it with Cameron Bancroft out. Caught behind Van der Hugten, 5 for 59 with the ball. Others chipping in with wickets as well. A mixture of some excellent bowling from Van der Hugten, some dismissals down the leg side from Gloucestershire as well, 3 of them in the top order, and then a record-breaking 10th wicket stand for them.
And Van der Hugten, well, he's playing the right shot, just not down the right line.
75 put on between De Lange and Ajit Singh Dale, which looms extremely large in this position at the moment, breaking a record set by John Mortimer and Jack Davey for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan.
There's another one, goes through outside Van der Hugten's off stump. He looks to be trying to survive until the close, doesn't he, Van der Hugten, rather than anything else? Who's your interview target going to be, De Lange or Webster?
I think probably De Lange now after that second wicket, especially given the fact that he can talk a bit more about batting on the surface as well as bowling on it. He's had the most experience of anybody.
Is that carried back to him?
I think it has.
Van der Hugten hitting it firmly and straight. And actor unable to hang on.
He got 2 hands on it as well. He did very well to get 2 hands on it. I didn't think he'd be able to, given the speed that was hit back. I mean, it was still in the category of either sticks or doesn't, but coming very close.
Runs here for Van der Hugten, 4 of them down to fine leg. Fielder down there, a touch too square to have any chance of cutting it off as it raced away towards the car park.
Deficit under 50. And the umpires are having a discussion. Don't know if light meters are being reached for at this point. They seem to be walking away from each other and yet accepting the sweater from De Lange, who at least for now will be allowed to continue.
Oof. The fact that De Lange is in the attack means it's more likely that they'll go off early, but only 4 overs left today.
Yes, at least it's in the stage. Not that I think it's going to be particularly the case that we shall need every over in this match, but theoretically these overs can be made up tomorrow at this point anyway. Nicely played by Crane. Beautiful fielding in the gully from Hammond. And reached out one-handed. Not the first time that he's had to effect a one-handed piece of fielding in this innings. A terrific sprint round the boundary to save a couple of runs at deep square, but much more of a reaction stop that from Hammond. And it looks as though that one ball has been enough for the umpires to say we're going off. Van der Huchten and De Lange having a long conversation. Crane's already halfway off, although the umpires haven't actually, I don't think, yet said that they're going, but now they are. The bails have been removed, and I think we can very safely say that that is the close of play on day one, barring some miraculous Monty Python-esque gap in the clouds appearing and the deity admonishing people for their grovelling, etc. Looks as though that's the end of an extraordinary first day's play, which has seen 17 wickets fall, and the top scorer on the day, Marchand De Lange, 46 not out from 37 balls, coming in at number 10. The third top scorer being Ajit Singh Dale, Gloucestershire's number 11. Kieran Carlson making 37, being the top scorer for Glamorgan, but a day which looked as if it was going to be all doom and gloom for the home side, coming off a hefty defeat against Yorkshire at Scarborough, and then finding themselves at lunch 88 for 8 when Zaman Akhtar was out to what turned out to be the last ball before the lunch break. But Graham van Buren walking off, leading his Gloucestershire troops off. I think you'd have to say will be the happier of the two skippers after day one, especially given the fact that it's his side who have done the fighting back. Glamorgan 46 runs behind with 3 wickets in hand, still could get up very much to parity, make it that one innings shootout, or who knows, even get a lead themselves. But Gloucestershire know that it's back in their hands in terms of taking these final 3 Glamorgan wickets quickly and then hoping that things go better for them the second time around with the bat.
Yes, it's been infuriating for Glamorgan to get their top order in, but as we've seen in the Gloucestershire case, no one really has been able to go on. Kieran Carlson's 37, fairly no-nonsense effort, dropped on the boundary by De Lange before being caught on the boundary off De Lange. Cook and Douthwaite falling cheaply to Webster in that fine spell from the Australian. And well, it is Gloucestershire with their noses in front after day one, and credit to the home side for a tremendous fight back after Glamorgan had been all over them in the first session. So we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, hopefully with the choice of listening on BBC Audio,
yes,
as well as on the Gloucestershire and Glamorgan video streams, but hope you've enjoyed our company nonetheless on a day of tumbling wickets.
Yeah, I mean, in the end it is Bo Webster's burst there of those 3 quick wickets, 2 in the space of 3 balls, that has really swung things. At that stage, Glamorgan had a pretty good partnership going between North East and Carlson, just beginning to build something. 104 for 3 has become 133 for 7, with Webster 3 for 16 in his 8 overs. And yeah, as Nick says, hopefully tomorrow we will have our radio line working again, so that if you are perhaps listening at work or something, it might be a little bit easier for you to follow along with our coverage. We're going to go off and get a cup of cocoa, I think, after
there'll be
the
something
interviews.
warm this evening.
Something like that, anyway. It's been a cold one. More jumpers, I think, the order of the day for tomorrow. But it has been a certainly nothing if not eventful first day of the Cheltenham Festival. 17 wickets have fallen. Glamorgan 133 for 7 in reply to Gloucestershire's 179. Whatever your evening plans are, have a good one, and we'll speak to you again tomorrow.